grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Do 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 do. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. 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 Do 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 do. I need to check audio stuff, don't I? Oh shit. Okay, there we go. I was down by 5 decibels. That's a wild amount of decibels to be down by. Talk about being down bad. Oh, holy gee willikers. Okay, there, stuff's ready for stream. Turn off Steam input, turn on Steam input. I'm so glad I gave this its own little window. It's like such a chore. It actually sucks. Some days. The life out of you. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Hey, YouTube people, use live chat, not top chat. Top chat's weird. It's also bad. It's also fucking terrible. It's also called trash. It's called hot trash. Garbage, even. One might call it absolutely garbage. Can I rename this channel? Well, can I? Channels. Home? I cannot rename the home channel. What the fuck? That is so weird. That is an L. Absolute L. L. L, L, L. L's. Big ol' L's. L's. Big ol' L's. L's. Big old L's. L's. Big old L's. Okay, sec. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. Gaming and grousing, live in your mom's inbox. At least I said inbox and not shitbox. That could have been a whole different meaning. Actually, a wildly different one. Holy shit. Okay, so why does Muda have a video called My Fear of Sleep Has Gotten Worse? Because, like, that is, like, basically... Yeah? That makes sense. That's what's up. I wish I could abolish sleep. Why does Acheeto have a video called, like, with the thumbnail that says abolish nonsense? What? What? Does the Elden Gooner have another video open up, rather? Probably. Actually, yes. Awkwardly, yes. A day ago. Valid and based. Let's go. Can I find engineering content? That would be really swell. Can I find people cheating at games? That would be super swell. I watched a Club Penguin speedrun cheater earlier, so let's see. Okay. Ooh, actually. Yeah. The cheater Wings of Liberty speedrun. This just sounds egregious. The cheater Heart of the Storm speedrun. What's my cheater speedrun? What? Nope. I want to laugh at people who done fucked up. Hello. Hi. You silly goose. How are you feeling? Are you ready to watch cheaters? Are you in a mood to watch cheaters? Because I think I'm in the mood to watch cheaters. I like seeing them get caught. There's Mario Kart cheaters. Oh, we've already kind of started on that. What? Ooh, are there Star Fox cheaters? I was looking for StarCraft. Let's see. Let's see. Oh, let's see if there are Phasmophobia ones. Let's see if there's Phasmophobia cheaters. There's a 44-second run of Phasmophobia from 3 years ago, so there have been so many updates. They say unbeatable probably because it got patched to shit. A lot of things got patched out of Phasmophobia. Good morning, Vess. How are you? A lot of shit got patched there. Old Apocalypse Challenge. 8 months ago. Ooh. 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 Oh, Apollo Legend has pod. Oh, that's sick. Perfect. That wins. Alright. Sick. Alright. Unluckiest moments in speedrunning. The Secretary of Defense is done playing, in quotes, abolish nonsense on the thumbnail. Elden Ring tint, because why not shit on a game, but we start with the fastest Phasmophobia speedrun ever, because I can. I want to. Why not? Fuck it. Let's go. Where's my fucking OBS? Okay, I am capturing a browser. That's wild. Let's go. Alright, I need to put the link in chat. I need to put the link in, like, everything, even though it's only 40 seconds. And, like, the act of me doing this is going to, like, fundamentally take longer than anything else. There. Reset moments from yesterday. Timestamp that shit away. Gaming and grousing in your mom's inbox. What now?
I don't remember. I think I was pulling cards.
I think I was in the room.
Event smudge photo.
Okay. Game. One drop here. Give me a box.
Music box, Yokai for you.
The what now?
Got it. Got it.
Where are you?
Oh my god.
Spirit box. Run back, run back. Or
No way. Please. Please.
Okay, this is just silliness, I think.
it's not.
Maybe.
Close it! Oh my god!
Oh my god!
No way! No way! Alec! 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 Alec!
Dude!
Alec! Please tell me we're recording. Please tell me.
I'm recording.
37 seconds!
36 seconds.
Speedrunning is large.
Okay, that was actually pretty legit. That is too legit to quit. Holy shit. So it's older Phasmo, and I know that, like, depending on the difficulty you're playing, like, you know, I like playing on hard difficulty because then they'll just come at you at the start. Win. Easy win. Easy. You play on easy, they pace it, and they won't come at you fast enough, and that's, like, wild, because you want them to just, like, race you.
Largely a test of skill. However, there are situations where pure luck can either make or break your run. Here are my 10 unluckiest moments in speedrunning. X was running Gex64, one of the best.
Are we gonna play Elden, Dark Souls, or Fallout? I'm behind in my Fallout 4. Fallout 4 for now.
franchises of all time, by the way. He was
crashes.
nearly a minute ahead of his record entering
We're gonna fucking challenge run. How long can we play Fallout 4 before it fucking crashes?
the final level. To end this
said
fight, you have to
jokingly.
hit the big green button on the floor 3 times in a row.
Yes.
However, it's completely
Yes.
random where it spawns,
Yes.
so it's possible it can be so
Yes.
far away you can't reach it before it disappears. X's run died to something completely out of his control.
No, everything is only RNG.
Oof, I just noticed. My fucking mouse is gonna die on me. I'll let it charge while we watch
Oh,
this.
it's there.
I feel like I'm resting because I have a dino in my lap.
Oh, look at this. Look at this. Look at this.
Look at this.
That's RNG.
Oh, boss is dead. I also killed
Come on.
Radon because I needed that item. And then I got
Oh
all
no,
the
it's
other
there and
whetstones. I also didn't sleep last night.
look at this.
I'm only flipping off the camera because, like every gamer who's problems,
Most
and
of you are probably
problematic,
familiar with the dog racing game in Majora's
Leap is
Mask.
for the weak.
The dog that will win the race
Or the
is
wise.
determined as soon as Link enters the area. The dog that's most likely to win is the golden dog on the left. By putting on the Mask of Truth, you can read the dog's minds, and the winning dog will always give you a certain text
I need
box.
my mouse.
So normally, the fastest way to beat the minigame is to check that dog and then reload the area if it isn't the winning dog. However, that was not the case for Enop.
Rip. Spam dogs anyway. Bad RNG. Bad RNG. Bad RNG.
Oh,
Well, my PB or
Well,
this run
shit.
got good fish RNG, but he's got horrible dogs.
blue dog for the win.
Bad RNG. That sucks. Nope, I'm not doing it.
Just the mauled, the
That's a
understandable
50-50
mauled.
dog. I'm not doing it. Bad RNG.
We can find blue dog glitch later too.
What the
I
fuck
need
was
to
that?
charge my
This
garbage
is a good.
mouse. So I
Where is
can
it?
shoot things in Fallout.
Wait, what is this? No, that's bad. Nice brain. Rip PB. Bad. But this run is now dead. Bad. I need a good dog to win the race, but I'm not getting a good dog. Bad. Slow. Bad. Then there are other dogs that have equally good messages. No. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, I'm not retarded. That was actually bad dogs.
Bird was on good pace in Mario Party. It would seem the chance of losing this minigame is 1 in 4, but it's actually less depending on how fast you throw the bob-omb. Still, he gets some terrible luck and loses his run for it.
Oh, we failed this minigame. I forgot about that. Damn, we died a lot here. This is a big time save here. If we don't fail this. What the fuck? Why? Why?
Just wow.
I don't know, man. Welcome to Mario Party, boys.
Does the
Don't you
blow
dare.
up time differ?
Dude.
Yes.
Oh my god. What the?
Damn, bro. If the blow up time is least consistent too. fuck. I mean, it is unluckiest moments in speedrunning, so it's only gonna be heartbreak from here. Goddamn.
Alright, I'm just gonna hit reset. And watch, because now we're gonna win.
Cheers to the challenge runners out there.
Alright.
May you continue to do great things. Oh, you poor baby. 650.
To be fair, if you choose to speedrun Pokemon games, you are basically asking to get screwed over. In Viridian Forest, it's not too uncommon to get 1, maybe 2 encounters, but Kizaron is not so lucky.
Neat. It is extremely frustrating to get an encounter that early, when it's so unlikely to get an encounter there. Unbelievable. Fucking ridiculous now.
Awkwardly, I'm kind of aware of this bit.
What the fuck?
It's just fucking tragic.
3 encounters before the fight. Unreal.
It does not get
better. What the fuck? That's a 4 encounter forest. That's bullshit.
It stays like this.
What the fuck?
It's a heartbreaker.
Josh was speedrunning San Andreas when a plane fell out of the sky and crashed exactly on him.
Oh my god, that did not just happen. That did not just happen.
23 minutes. Oh, or is
For
it
those who don't
23
know,
hundo?
that's not a bug. That's a game mechanic. Random plane crashes happen at will, random.
Based as fuck.
With the number of hours that Worcester has put into Pokemon, of course some crazy things are bound to happen. Here he needs to catch a Caterpie. He enters the fight with 5 Pokeballs. He needs to leave with at least 1. It should be pretty easy to do.
This it? I think so.
You can't be serious.
Da-da-da-da. Hey, guess what? I don't have the memory to do challenge runs, but damn do I like watching this shit. Anywho's, hi. Hope you're well. Hope you're having a lovely one. I hope you're okay out there, y'all. Also, give me a second. I'm being a shithead. Okay, cool. I'm done being a shithead. Thank you much. I needed to check something. We're good. I was waiting for stuff. I don't know what to tell you. I was hoping. I had hopes and dreams. What? What the hell?
I'd like you to follow my lead.
What the hell is
Everybody
going on?
Please, fuck this game! Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking Caterpie? For fuck's sake, how the fuck do you lose a fucking run to a little fucking piece of shit worm like that?
I'm not.
What the fuck is wrong with this shit?
This one was a heartbreaker. Cheese has
The
been
volume's
trying to get
inconsistent,
sub
so I have to, like,
140
tidy it
and
up.
120 star for months. He had a run that was easily on pace entering Bowser in the Dark World. But then someone started donating using the text-to-speech function and started spamming hi YouTube and dicks over and over and over. So it easily could have been because of this that he missed one of the Bowser throws and ended up just barely missing his goal with the final time of
That is a
140.05.
That is absolutely a heartbreaker.
Hi YouTube, 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 hi. YouTube, hi YouTube, hi YouTube, hi YouTube, hi YouTube, hi YouTube, hi. YouTube, hi YouTube.
I'm not
hi
saying
YouTube,
that I
hi
would do
YouTube,
violence.
Hi YouTube, hi YouTube, hi YouTube.
I'm
hi
not saying I'd do
YouTube, hi.
violence, but I am saying that I would joke about it. Quite quickly. Because I can joke about it, and what are they gonna do? Fight me? Sticks, 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 sticks. Yeah, that's actually hilarious, though. I mean, it is very funny.
My head hurts really bad.
Yeah, it sounds like
I had a headache pretty much all that run, but now it all came crashing down.
In Ocarina of Time Any %, there is a very important glitch that uses the text box that appears when Link collects the Deku Nuts for the very first time. When you kill a Skulltula, there is a 1 in 8 chance it will drop Deku Nuts, and it will shoot that item out in a random direction. So the odds of all of this happening during Torge's run was extremely unlikely.
You've got to be fucking kidding me! That did not just fucking happen! Holy shit!
Yeah, it fucking did. Still charging my mouse.
That's fucking amazing.
So I can play Fallout. It's already launched.
Sinistral was over 3.5 hours into speedrunning Earthbound when his dog ran across his keyboard, setting his emulator to unlimited frame rate and loading a save state, ruining his run and making it invalid.
Really fucking game. What the fuck?
Don't yell at them. Eat ass. It's okay
Thanks,
to eat
Carl.
ass.
You
I bet Carl's
motherfucker.
saying you're welcome right now.
Calling in fake threats to get a streamer swatted is one of the scummiest and most cowardly things you could do. You're basically asking for someone to get hurt or killed. Caleb Hart was in the middle of a Mega Man X run when his house was...
Again, I fucking love the way that XQC handled the getting swatted shit, which was to work it out with the 5-0 that he could give a non-verbal signal to get safely through it. It was actually fucking brilliant. You don't want to like give them a fucking, you know, feedback loop about the success or viability of their efforts. So 10 out of 10, well executed, can get behind. This, they have the door right behind him on camera. Like, he would just, X would just like turn. Felix would like do a little thumbs up or, hey, that's the food, put it over there. And that was the all clear. That was brilliant. That was well fucking done.
Was surrounded by police. Thankfully, they were all able to talk it out, and it seems that everything turned out fine. Still pretty scary, though.
Fucking damn. Actually, just damn.
Who the hell did this? Not cool. I'll be right back. So, this is what I'm working with, and I just do live streams, and this is my chat that people talk to, and it's everything just set up, and you know what I mean? So,
He showed across my stream.
Okay.
Fucking losers.
Okay, this is the guy. This is the guy.
Yo, let's go back as PD. Yo, add this PD back. This PD back. Watch this.
Okay, this is apparently the guy that you can find. Yeah, you're done. You're done.
They're gonna fuck this up.
You're done.
So this is a message from Secretary Hegseth to the...
Okay, hold on. Time stamping this before I get like lost in the nonsense and fuck it up again. Okay, cool. I'm fixing the last timestamp and I'm making sure this one's in there so I don't struggle bus and fail. And here, because if I like title it appropriately, and not even appropriately, if I give it like a proper word title and I don't do the like hyperlink shit and I also prefix it with a dash, then like everything works pretty nicely and no worries.
The American warfighter and the American taxpayer. This guy was getting hyped up a lot, this Pete Hegseth guy, because Secretary of Defense, new guy in town, he's anti-woke, all this stuff. Let's take a look.
Greetings once again from the Defense Department. You, the American people, work really hard to support the men and women in uniform who keep our country safe. We, in turn, owe you transparency on what we're doing to accomplish our core mission, which is securing the nation and spending your taxpayer dollars, ours, wisely.
Right.
We're going to shoot straight with you. We want you, the American people, the taxpayers, to understand why we're making the decisions that we're making here. First and foremost, as we're executing as quickly as possible the priorities of President Donald Trump. Achieving peace through strength, restoring the warrior ethos, rebuilding our military,
Can we not
and
say the phrase
reestablishing
in
deterrence.
quotes
Those are
warrior
no-brainers,
ethos,
and the
please?
American
That's
people
my
gave
only
a mandate
request.
to President Trump, and through him to
That's
us,
all.
to double down on those priorities, and that's exactly what we're doing. Now,
You
the
do,
legacy
you do.
media has, of course, a different agenda. You see the same clickbait headlines that I do. Time after time, the media...
No, I don't, because I go find my original sources myself, because I am a strong bitch, and I can do what I put my mind to like a motherfucker. Oh, also that I am strong bitch McFuckface, and I will get my own sources on my fucking own, because I am strong bitch McFuckface. Again, important to clever, and clever, important to cover. Strong bitch McFuckface over here. Down to clown and throw hands like no fucking other. Let's fucking go.
It distorts good news stories.
No, I end up, like, I've been, like, apprised of how the, blind spot feature might be fun and all, but generally, I just kinda dig on my own, like, I don't know. Seems like I wouldn't, like, rally against it or anything, I kinda have fun just digging on my own and applying my spoons to that. Like, I know it's technically free to get a lot of service out of it, but, like, you know, when we're in a mood, what do? We'll go to, like, we'll go to justice.gov, nih.gov. If we really want, we'll creep on Hacker News periodically, but that's not as common. Also, sometimes it is kind of funny to go hit up Snopes. But, like, you know, usually if we're gonna follow something, we'll go dig it up, or someone might mention something offhandedly, and we'll go read policy, you know? That's generally, like, the kind of thingy. I don't know, like, I know it's access to things that I would be missing, but, like I don't know, like, I don't like putting my faith to accrue, like, data into a service. I just, like, if the service is fun to use, I'll use it, but I wouldn't put it to, like, I wouldn't say, like, blind spot is gonna likely shore up my blind spots. I'd imagine that the blind spots to the blind spots feature is what I would be most interested in. I don't know. I'm a goober.
Or
I
often
suck.
just gets them flat wrong. In many
I
cases,
suck the worst.
in most cases, they have an agenda. Other times, they are just lazy, as they often are, and they don't take time to actually understand the facts.
I think with the budgetary stuff with the Department of Defense and the military, I think we have to seriously think about the fact that you have to imagine that if you pull up the pie chart of where our taxpayer money goes, 99% of the pie, or something like, actually it's 70%, I'll pull it up, of the money of taxpayers goes to military spending. Let's just look at American
Yeah, it's an egregious amount. If you want to save money, you'll defer that to veteran services, honestly.
It should be something, okay, it's actually not that big.
A portion of it.
I thought it was. Let's see. Okay, it's like 20%. It's not 90%. I lied. Okay, so this is. Here we go. It's something like this. You got Social Security, Medicare. This is military. Everything else. So all this sort of stuff. Now that 22%.
CPP.org.
This is military, everything else. So all this sort of stuff. Now, that 22% is still a lot of money. No shit. We're talking millions and millions and millions and millions and billions. Is it trillions?
So when you get a Center of Budgets and Policies link, for instance, you might want to check the date of publication and attestation for who covered it. So I'll drop the link in the timestamp for that now as well. Here. Hold on. There we go. Hold on. I'll put it in the timestampy dampies, and I'll put it in chat too. There we go.
Is it trillions of dollars? Whatever. I think it's the issue is that we're looking for transparency. If people are just more aware of where the money is going, I think that that's ultimately what matters the most. Obviously, the actual amount matters a lot, and if there was an attempt to reform the amount to make it so that we're not wasting money, which I think was kind of the goal with trillions, with Doge, that's one thing. But it's certainly, people do want to know, like, where's the money? Like, where is it going specifically? That pie chart is just giving us a name of a scenario, like it's just, hey, it's going there. But I think we want, like, the names of the programs and stuff like that.
I encourage you to take that media, those negative reports about important decisions that we're making at the department, with a gigantic grain of salt.
Right.
Ever since I've taken this position, the only thing I care about is doing right by the warfighters, by the troops. In short, We want the biggest, most badass military.
Okay, but they're supposed to like serve the people and protect and uphold the Constitution of the United States as well, which transcends just the war effort, but rather would also implicate the need to, so it would also bring us the need to provide good social service networks, which currently, when they're not fighting wars and they're not being utilized for their human resource as in quotes war fighters. What about veterans services, please? Because last I checked, the VA just laid off people because they had to because of current policy. Furthermore, the VA has consistently been under budget, understaffed, and over fucking whelmed. Veterans have been suffering when they return. There's a lack of communication between research and clinic, especially that impacts our at-risk veterans. And I'm sorry, but if you're gonna go to like do something with the expectation you're gonna help someone and then get hit with disillusion as you come back and you find out that you're not provided for and protected, that's a failing of our society and one of obscurity that we can get to. Like, what? You better cover that shit, bro. Hurry up.
On the planet,
Do
on God's
it.
green earth. I'm in this room right now, but I'm not alone. Behind the camera are lots of vets and military family members, along with other people who, like you, are invested in exactly what that core mission is.
What's that core mission?
So when we make decisions that are misreported in the
chest.
media, we're going to try to get to you as quickly as possible. And not just me, it'll be other people as well. So you understand the
Say it
real
with your whole
thought process
chest.
behind them, and then how they relate to our core mission of
Say it with
fighting
your
and winning
chest.
war, hopefully deterring them, but fighting and winning wars, and then how we spend your taxpayer dollars wisely to accomplish that mission. So to that end, we have 3 stories that have come out, stay with me, 3 stories over the past couple of days that I want to update you on. The first is Doge. They're here and we're welcoming them. In fact, right over there, about 20 minutes ago, I just met with them. And we're going to be incorporating into what we're doing at DOD, everything they're doing to find fraud, waste, and abuse in the largest discretionary budget in the federal government.
Right.
They're going to
Military
have
budget.
broad access. Obviously, with all the safeguards on classification, they know that. Many of them are vets. They care just like we do. To find the redundancies and identify the last vestiges of Biden priorities, the DEI, the woke, the climate change BS, that's not core to our mission.
Yeah, I think with Doge, a big part of the reason that was even made in the first place was government spending oftentimes is very wasteful. And I think if it's wasteful domestically, the overall like problem with that is that it's wasteful. But the overall reason that it's being wasteful, at least in a charitable way, is to, in some way or another, just benefit America. But if it's wasteful and it's overseas, then there's not even this plausible deniability for the wastefulness, because if you're overspending on programs that are domestic, then it's like, okay, well, you know, it goes back into the country in some way or another. But if it's going overseas, then who the fuck knows what the spending is on? And now going back to the first one, when you're looking at the military, that's a domestic asset. And if people are to look at the spending toward the military, like Doge, for example, and find a way that it could be more refined, it could be better, I mean, it'd be better. It's that simple.
And we're going to get rid of it all. With Doge, we're focusing as much as we can on headquarters and fat and redundancies and top-line stuff that allows us to reinvest elsewhere. We welcome Doge, and finding those efficiencies is how we save taxpayer dollars. That is a good thing that, of course, is being distorted through the media, their hyperventilation, and it just goes entirely unreported for the most part. Now, the second story in the news is our work reorienting the budget that we inherited. We inherited that budget 1 month ago from the Biden administration. We are refocusing, that's a key word, our existing budget away from the Biden priorities that, frankly, were all over the map.
What were
President
they?
Trump's priorities.
What are
Building
his?
a lethal fighting force.
Right.
The media wants to call these exclusively cuts, but it's the opposite, of course, as always is the case.
Specificity,
Got
though,
the memo
please.
right here.
As the
It's
lovely
clear
gentleman said.
as a bell. Now, beginning right away, we are pulling around 8% or $50 billion from the Biden budget. We're planning, this is planning
Okay, define
for
what
this
the Biden
year,
budget is.
that we will move away from woke Biden-era non-lethal programs and instead spend that money on President Trump's America First, peace through strength priorities for our national budget.
I don't know what the Biden woke programs were, and even if I did, I probably couldn't know the specifics of where the money was going. It does sound good, but I do remember when Biden was president, I would see these Go Army advertisements that were animated, and they featured a diverse family with two mothers who like went to war or something for America, and whatever was funding that certainly was not, you know, lethal fighting force. We'll put it like that. I'll show you it. Like, you got to see this. I mean, it's this. I don't know if it's
but you're 4 minutes
people
out of
funded
8
or what it is. Yeah, I mean, like, this might not be it, but like, take a look.
Okay, why do they fade to cartoon mode? I have to deal with the audio because
This is the story of a soldier who
it appears
operates
Homie
your
turns it up
nation's
too
Patriot
fucking
missile
loud.
defense systems.
And now we're just in some odd hell. That's what's up. You know,
It
play
begins
it
in
loud.
California with a little girl raised by two moms.
Like, if I'm a Chinese nuclear missile developer, am I really scared of this this like lesbian family of 3 and them pointing at the missiles? Like, is this gonna instill fear into the Chinese military or the Russian military? Like,
Maybe.
what does this do?
I mean,
or I shouldn't even say
actually,
that. Does this make people want
it
to
is
join
considered
the military?
an
Is this
extremist organization in
instilling a
Russia,
sense
so
of
technically
patriotism
maybe.
and combat readiness to people? Like this looks like a
Might.
PetSmart ad. Looks like she's pointing at like a puppy with like a missing eye. We should get him. We should save him. We shouldn't save him. Let him die. Bro.
Although I had a fairly typical childhood, took ballet, played violin.
I mean, we don't have.
As a fucking violinist, I'm going to say I think that any of us who play standing up are not having a typical childhood. Like, where's the stool? Does no one buy a stool for you? Because that was what happens to me. I had to like break the back off my gaming chair. Not even gaming chair. I had a desk chair, and it was like a very basic bitch desk chair. And I took the back off of it to make a stool. Buy your violinist a fucking place to sit.
Have to look at this whole
Easy.
thing. I mean,
Violin.
I kind of
It's
want
not
to
hard.
remind people how bad this was, but
I also marched for equality. I like to think I've been defending freedom from an early age.
yeah, this is defending freedom, guys. When you're marching in like what is this? LA?
Well, you gotta do your civic service shit, and then you also could do your civil service shit. So that is like, you gotta do multifaceted fucking outreach. So kinda get it.
Knows if you're marching alongside a bunch of people holding up a sheet of paper that says respect everyone, and you get some heart emojis, and if you've been doing this since you were a jit, that's freedom fighting. That's what this is. The people with their legs blown off who can't hear the word John because it reminds them of their friend that was hit by a mortar, fuck them.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, if they were doing this marching for veterans' rights, it might hit harder.
Fuck those guys. They don't have the
Or
same kind
better
of
support for
combat
vets.
readiness
Just
and
saying.
how you say care for freedom and fighting as these people do. It's the truth.
When I was 6
cute
years
bear.
old, one of my moms had an accident that left her paralyzed. Doctor said
Yeah, so this is so Go Army is an official government organization, and it says whether you're interested in active duty, Army Reserve, or
I have to go look it up. Hold on. I have to see if it's like a fucking student artist project or some shit now. Clearly, I've gotta go do all the fucking like bullshit to fucking suss out deets. The Army has a $100 million recruiting advertisement budget. This is not a commercial and does not offer product or commercial services. However, it touches upon a very actual situation. Gay parents. This video is a channel. This video on the channel Go Army had an incredible 1 to 30 ratio for the dislikes. You can't actually harvest that information to be positive. Like, you'd have to get it from their account. You couldn't use the dislike button. That's actually inaccurate especially for things that it's considered to be controversial by, because as Nicholas Story has outlined repeatedly, it sources it from people who use the fucking plugin, which are people who are more likely to go out of their way to do engagement shit. So if it's extrapolating that based upon a plugin for people that are more likely to go out of the way for shit that they may like have a galvanizing take to, you're more likely to find like exaggerated galvanizing fucking takes in like severe ratios like that. And you really have to reach out to the creator to get more fucking info. Was turned off for obvious reasons, raised by two loving, inspiring mothers, and was decided to excel in school. I mean, violin is not excelling in school. It's just kind of like chilling, bro. What? But as a college student, she realized that the challenge she's truly thought was an estimated 4 million Americans turn 18 each year. Of those, the Pentagon estimates about 30% can qualify for military service, given the armed forces 1.2 million men and women bring on board, but only 180,000 of those 1.2 million are willing to enable. This leaves more than 1 million potential recruits on the table. Okay. Comments are paused. So, what? But you were clowning on them for being off. You're recruited, best recruiter in the RSC. What? Okay, hold on. This is like years old. Hold on. Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold your titties. Because it's like marketing the rainbow still isn't like giving me what I need, which is like, hold on, hold this while we dig. What now? This is a 3-year-old thing. Okay, hold on. It is taken down, I think. Maybe. Okay, I can find the Go Army page. I can go to the search biscuit. And I can look for Emma. That's some nice grass you're stomping on. It's very cute. I want to stomp on grass like that. Smoke weed every day. Or stomp on it, because, you know, why not be that person? Alright, they dropped it off the thing. Anywho's, let's try to get a context, right? Let's try to get a contextual thing. Oops. Let's look for the word animated. Okay. Let's see if students are making things period and it shows up in the fucking descriptions period, because that is to shore up my curiosity, and it's not just like them shilling it. It's not them saying they'll provide for schooling. I want to see if like it's made by students. That's kind of what I'm like checking for really fast. Is this the same one? Well, you're bad at linking, dude. You're bad at this. You're bad at this. You're bad at this. You can't even link your own shit, bro. Bro, you're bad at this. What the fuck are you doing? What? Dude, your engagement's shit because your links are shit, dude. 2020, I get that it was the middle of the pandemonium, and at this time of year, we were currently on lockdown, but why would you put a full stop twice in there, bro? That's like... That's fucking wild. Go Army VI. What are you using? VI to type these? That's based and actually understandable. Use V, not use Vi or Vim. Don't use some fucking VS Code ass bullshit. Can you translate the message written in binary code? Probably, actually. The Army needs cyber operations specialists. You don't want me. Go Army VIDEOS. Cool. They truncated it early. How does the warrior fitness team train? Would you like to train for tips in competitions? But where's the word student in there? Oh, it still registers 0. They're waiting to like approve of these. If I go into private browsing, it's not going to show up, I bet. Yeah, no, they approve of each of them. There's 34 updates. Just let me be your first comment, please. Come on, let me do it, please. Like, see that, come to the stream, get hooked, and then let me be your first comment. I'm critical of the world, it's fun. Army Captain Chad Bird, National Security Law Attorney, talks about how the first became the Army Law Operations Officer, rather, and his experience being a leader. I was never. Oh, Vess, I started doing remembrance bosses. I backed up my save and I started doing remembrance bosses. I started doing it. I had to do it. Reasons. Comments are finally open again. I mean, what? Is this going to be blocked too? Are they like, is this going to show up? Is this going to happen? Ah, nope, sort by newest first. No, they are approving comments selectively on this video. Okay. That's what's up. I mean, I approve of our comments selectively too, so people can't like go and post some fucking asshole shit and then say I endorsed it or some bullshit, you know?
Or Army National Guard, there are many ways to serve, and so this is what they're trying to do.
She might
It hurts to watch. Stop torturing us.
Go do intelligence. Like, just go do signals intelligence, bro. It's what everyone wants to do. Just go do SIGINT. Or HUMINT, that human intelligence gathering. That's like the fun thing. Go do SIGINT.
Us.
Never walk again. But she tapped into my family's pride to get back.
You get the point. It's ass. That's where
Yoga
we're going
ball.
with this. It's ass. Let's hear what.
The protest, and the march rather, would have done a lot more to ingratiate this whole thing if it were grousing about the thing I grouse about, which is veterans are under fucking served. I'm 90% sure they would have hit it out of the park if they just like swapped that and re-uploaded it. I'm fucking betting I'm right. Anywho's.
Pete has to say.
First of all, remember, this is all planning. We're asking the services to plan. So it's not a cut.
That is a
it's refocusing
many-year-old video,
reinvesting
3 years old.
Existing funds into building a force.
So animation can take like what, if anything from weeks to several years to produce something even that short, depending on the team that's doing it. And licenses of who's going to perform in it, though it seems like a short production. That could have been done by the prior administration. We don't fucking know, by the fucking way.
That protects you, the American people. We also list on page 2, which I've marked up here,
there's
in
no
our memo,
attestation
what is
at
not
all.
part of the 8% refocusing of funds. It's stated very clearly here. Southwest border activities, combating transnational criminal organizations, an audit, nuclear modernization.
Oh no, an audit? We need more audits.
Virginia-class submarines, the Golden Dome or Iron Dome, one-way attack drones, UAVs,
Can we get more
cybersecurity,
auditing,
core readiness
actually?
training, the defense industrial base, and it goes on.
Right.
They and other key programs are off the table under this program. They're too important, as are
Auditing should be too important. Okay. Thank
many
you.
other things.
Makes sense.
So this is great news for taxpayers and for our national security. That's a full stop.
Cyber defense usually goes like shit unless you reach out and you get civilians to help you though. So you should loosen that up and do that.
Just put a period on that one. And the third and final bogus story that is out there.
Even the FBI has the fucking gumption and compunction to go reach out to random bitches that work in critical infrastructure and pull them for information, and has been for the last, what, like 5 administrations at least, at a bare minimum that I can directly attest for. Yeah.
There is around our reevaluation of our probationary workforce. Now, this is part of something.
Probationary workforce means anyone who's been promoted into a new position or has achieved a new position. They're probationary for a period of time. So the word probationaries better be used appropriately here, because you could have been there for 30 years, got a promotion. You're still probationary. You could have been there for 30 years, restructured a department for efficiency, and you're still probationary. So what are we doing here?
That was mandated by an executive order from the president. Remember, President Trump was elected. He has the prerogative to advance executive orders. Our job is to follow them, and we're doing that. This reevaluation of probationary employees is being...
Actually, no, that's being done by the courts. Thank you very much. But thank you for trying. Oh, this is 2 weeks old. That explains a lot. I mean, I'm gonna subscribe to the DoD YouTube channel and do what I do to all the lol cows. Get up in that
Done
notifications,
across
baby.
government, not just at the Defense Department, but we
What?
believe in the goals
They
of the
get good
program and our
company. Okay, Asmund gives us cool takes, and his editor is fucking sick. Unicult, they are a cult. We watch everything they do. This uploads wild shit. Uploads wild shit. Stop telling me I'm youthful in any capacity. Just don't like me. Person's covering wild shit. Stop talking about me. Stop talking to me. Don't talk to me. I'm guessing Nanobot Andy got banned. More cult? More cult? It's mostly cults, but I guess that like, oh, there's a Nanobot Andy thing. I was trying to dig up lore on someone that they and Vegan Patriot brought up, and I got in this hole about people talking about the both of them and someone who was becomed into a corpse. So, you don't want to be in this. King Cobra would be showing up in this if he weren't currently banned more often. He's like the most mild one you can get to be. Again, the cult again. More of the cult we're staring at. You don't want to be in my notifications for always. Vegan Patriot themselves. The only reason that Asmund's editor is here is they fucking slay. In a lot of, like, they slay like watching fucking, like, Riley body cams.
leaders are carrying out that review carefully and swiftly.
Anything else
Now,
you don't want to
bottom
be.
line, it is simply not in the public interest to retain individuals whose contributions are not mission critical. This reevaluation of probationary employees is being done across government, not just at the Defense Department, but we believe in the goals of the program and our leaders are carrying out that review carefully and swiftly. Now, bottom line, it is simply not in the public interest to retain individuals whose contributions are not mission critical and to restore accountability within the federal workforce.
I mean, this is just saying that useless people should not be involved in any operations where...
But they're framing probationary as people who have been put on some sort of corrective action. But I don't think that the framing is actually specific as to what this is, which is, to be specific, people who are taking up new positions, etc. It's not like people who have done something afoul. It's not people who've whose performance has gone poorly. It's specifically get the fuck out, you fucking shit can. Inspect elements. Click your ass. Oh no, hold on. Click that ass. Get the fuck out, bastard. I was told in the union meeting today that there was a mass firing of probationary period employees in the union that would lawsuit and seek temporary restraining order. Yes. Only if you feel comfortable, take a deep breath, figure out the risk level, and save money now. Chances are it's not mass firing, but selective firings across agencies, not entirely. The beatings will continue until morale improves. Based as fuck. Top 1% commenter, more like top 0.005% commenter, bitch. Holy shit. Normal world determinations on the world would be handled by our department, but with OPM's power grab and the possible ways they will fire people directly, the guidance we've gotten is to ignore those termination emails if they come and wait for the word of your own department. Yeah. Labor groups sue over Trump's administration over mass firing probationary employees. Do we have updates that are more recent? No, we don't. Then having saying the challenge Trump administration. Okie dokie, hold on. I'm gonna just try to just keyword this shit. Hold on. I forgot the why, because I can't type and I'm fucking useless. Labor Department reinstates workers terminated targeted in Trump's union job cuts. Okay, there you go. I can give you the search in chat and I can post. Hold on, let me keep scrolling for a second. I can see not holding steady for sheriffs and tribal CIA fires an unspecified number of new officers. Okay, cool. This is very pretty. March 7th, Routers, the U.S. Department of Labor has reinstated about 120 employees who are facing termination as part of Trump's administration's mass firings of recently hired workers, and a union said Friday that the American Federation of Government Employees, the largest federal employee union, said that the probationary employees had been reinstated immediately. The department was issuing letters telling them to report back to duty on Monday. It's our understanding that the decisions affected about 120 employees, most of whom had been placed on administrative leave. Tim Kluffman, a union spokesperson, says in a letter, the letter to one employee reviewed by routers advised the department would, in quotes, use the remainder of your probationary trial period to determine if your appointment is the best interest of the public, end quotes. The Labor Department in the White House said that it did not respond to requests for comment. The Labor Department employees were reinstated after the U.S. President Donald Trump told his cabinet members that they, not Elon Musk, had the final say. Okay, what? Trump tells cabinet secretaries they, not Musk, are in charge of staff cuts.
They, not Elon Musk, say that
we're ranked at the bottom of the list.
U.S. President Donald Trump told his cabinet members on Thursday that they, not Elon Musk, have the final say on staffing and policy at their agencies. That's according to a source familiar with the matter, who also said Musk was in the room and told the cabinet he was good with playing an advisory role only, per the president's plan. Here's Trump after the meeting.
I want the cabinet members go first. Keep all the people you want, everybody that you need. And we want them to keep the good people. And so we're going to be watching them, and Elon and the group are going to be watching them. And if they can cut, it's better. And if they don't cut, then Elon will do the cutting.
The meeting was called following complaints from agency heads to top White House officials about the blunt force approach of the Department of Government Efficiency, or DOGE, which Musk heads. Under the billionaire's direction, DOGE has cut more than 100,000 employees from the 2.3 million strong federal workforce in a matter of weeks. More than 30 lawsuits have already been filed by unions and other advocates.
Sorry. So this is all a month old. No one's posted new here, have they? 7 days. I was a personal employee terminated this week, embarrassingly escorted out of the building without being able to say goodbye to some of my colleagues. I would love to get information on the class action lawsuits. Okay. Fed news. Let's go. Week 3, 18 days ago, 11 oh, no, hold on. Relevance, new. I was unlawfully fired from the VA after 2 years of service on 2/24/25. Still needed device reinstatements for NIH probationary employees. Ooh, we love seeing the NIH thrive. Let's go. Yo. 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 That's what's up. Based as fuck. NIH was not the recent court case, so they're still waiting for the new director. I know some people who said they are emailing the top folks at HHS daily to ask if there is any movement. I'm still in HHS's inbox as well, waiting for updates about something entirely unrelated. That applies or not, I'm going to suggest no. Make a third discussion for the here. Let me drop this in chat. Here, I'm going to drop the subreddit in chat and the timestamps as well. Just so it's there and we have it, so I don't have to like race backwards. I'm also going to, hold on, undo closing things.
Greetings once again.
Hold your horses, you motherfucking goober. Holy shit, tits and Galifianakis, my brother. My brother in Cthulhu. What the absolute titty fuck my world. Holy shit. I'm gonna make sure that these links are like all just kind of clunked together in the timestamps. I know that's egregious and someone's probably gonna be like, bitch, you were doing so fucking well. And I'm gonna be like, you know what? Yeah, I was. Up until that, I was doing my best. Doing my best. Doing what I can. Doing everything I...
Streets of Johnstone, Scotland, a chef was born. But not just any chef. Gordon Ramsay, known for his kitchen heat, started as an underground fighter, brawling his way through local matches. But his toughest battle? It wasn't with any opponent. It was with himself.
This seems like a trap.
With a style so unorthodox, experts questioned, should this man really quit his day job as a chef? But Ramsay, he was relentless. His taunts before fights became legendary, leaving his opponents simmering in frustration.
Oof.
and soon he started submitting the very grappling experts who once doubted him. Then came the biggest fight of his life, a shot at the UFC championship. Could the chef-turned-fighter really rise to the occasion? Only time will tell. While many people were skeptical, Gordon himself came to the fight with an aura that radiated pure confidence. He was predicting a round 1 victory. Well true to his word and in record time, he did, submitting his opponent with a move no one saw coming. Gordon Ramsay, the new UFC champion of the world. Remember, if you can't handle the heat, make sure you stay out of the kitchen, especially when Gordon Ramsay is cooking.
Based in Ramsay pilled. Let's fucking go. All right. So probationary employees being used very loosely. It doesn't mean that someone's done a foul of anyone. I like how fucking Acheeto's paused at a point where close to where I'm paused. 12 out of 16 and 5 out of 8. We're kind of close up in there. We're getting close. We're like nearly tied up in there, dude. That's legit. Like our little playback bars are in similar places. See, that's what's up.
Their usefulness is non-existent. You know, like it's like having a aviation expert washing dishes. Like he should be in the aviation department, not the dishwasher. That makes sense. And vice versa, you shouldn't have dishwashers at the aviation.
It's not what it means. However, homie is also
like,
being hit with that
organization. But
wall
obviously,
of bullshit.
In specific, there's probably a more specificity to the roles of each people in this Department of Defense, you know, in the military.
Taxpayers deserve to have us take a really thorough look at our workforce top to bottom, and it will be top to bottom,
right,
to see where we can find and eliminate redundancies. Now, common sense would tell us where we should start, right? We start with poor performers amongst our probationary employees, because that is common sense and you want the best.
Probationary does not mean poor performance. Probationary does not mean anything like that.
Brightest. So when you look at headcount, we're going to be thoughtful, but we're also going to be aggressive up and down the chain to find the places where we can ensure the best and brightest are promoted based on merit. And then we're going to go out and we're going to put out a hiring freeze and take more time to identify on a performance-based standard.
That's a very weird take.
Who we're going to hire and reward hard-working employees who are central.
Because we're looking at like understaffed positions that are now going to be more understaffed, and that they can't, like, let's say they've even accrued a budget for something. How is the hiring fees going to impact potential hires? And let's continue.
To the core warfighting mission. So we're going to take a little bit more time, make sure.
I think out of all things where people would talk about DEI and non-merit based promotion and rewards, the military is like the last place where you would want that, because merit is something that only matters when we're talking about defending the United States in combat. It literally could not be any other way. If you think about like the arts and stuff, if you want to think about if there's a movie that could be told with a more diverse cast to, I don't know, push a different message and resonate with certain audiences, then okay, like ultimately, whether that even is true or not, it doesn't hurt people in the same way that if you decided to diversify the military on the basis of gender, race, or sexual orientation just for the fuck of it, just because there are like quotas that you would like to meet and it sounds good, it sounds friendly. The actual output of that, you have a team, you have a military that is just weaker, and that's not good. I mean, let's be fucking serious. Acheeto, do something entertaining. Okay, cool. Hey buddy, this is the military. This matters. If you don't think this matters, you're out of your goddamn mind. We're talking about the fucking military, and this is good. I mean, obviously promote the people that are doing the shit, and it matters when we're talking about people who are strong and ready to kill and bloodlustful.
Top to bottom, we're doing a review. Those who we need, who are the best and brightest, are going to stay. Those who are underperformers won't. We'll continue to shoot straight with you. We've got your back. We're motivated to rebuild the most capable military in the world. That's why I'm here. That's what the president has asked me to do. But doing so does require tough decisions, and we are prepared to make them.
Like, honestly, let's take a fucking moment. Like, tough decisions, like how tough this fucking suit is. Also, I gotta fucking pay fucking respect. The way your hair is styled with your suit is actually beautiful and out fucking standing. Also, do you see the thing? Do you see it? We can't tell if they had to go through a makeup run for the camera people or not.
In the process, we want to communicate with you directly.
It's less gaudy than it has been over the last, 12 years.
Rather than through the filter of media outlets. And it's not just going to be me. You're going to see Sean Parnell and Graham Allen and others here in the department aggressively ensuring you get the real info in real time.
It's a really cute suit. The tie fucking hits. I've been real critical of fucking suits recently. And honestly, the fucking tie selection, the way your hair is styled, the way in which you're facing the camera, the crispness of that suit. Hell yes. That's fucking yes. That suit, the styling, it's fucking murder. 10 out of 10.
Our war fighters and taxpayers deserve, of course, no less than that. And we'll keep reporting back to you from time to time what we're seeing, and we appreciate your support.
I like the accountability. I'm a little bit sick of people being able to, attention spans are cooked for. Oh yeah, I completely agree. I mean, I think it's time to get serious about this stuff. We can't have it so that people are not critical of the Department of Defense, for example. That's.
Oh, I've been very critical of a lot of things. But then again, I'm always critical of policy, just pretty consistently. I like doing it. It's fun and it's something to do. Also, y'all are doing that thing that pisses me off where you're not going to external sources more frequently. And that fucking annoys the titties off of me. Oh, here we go. Wait, tell me you're a redirect. God damn it. It's close enough. I can at least take this and run with it to the search engine, you know? Docket number, for instance. Ugh, that would be the best. Who doesn't love going through the fucking dockets? Ugh, the fucking dockets, my dudes. Moreover, who doesn't like shit written by and for fucking judges? Let's fucking go. Hi, I hope y'all are well. I hope y'all are having a lovely one. Ooh. Hi there. Hello there. Original sources, don't fuck with me. Don't make it difficult. I will find it. God damn it. No, I want to read what the fuck does portable document format. Yeah, there we go. Holy shit, that felt very obvious. Oh, through osc.gov. Bomb and base, let's fucking go. Published this year pursuant to 5 USC 1214 B1A, the Office of Special Counsel requests that the board stay for 45 days the probationary termination of John Doe. Oh, we're reading a specific court case. Okay. I was clicking around trying to find things that fucking linked to external shit finally. They are mirroring it, which is valid as long as you provide attestation in an enough of a meaningful way where people can still track down original sources. Like, that's the bare minimum. We'll
So
take
much
it.
of our taxpayer money, and there has to be accountability here. Like, there really does, because if there's no accountability,
Where the fuck is the money going to veterans protections programs in the Veterans Affairs Office? Where's the money that should be going to protect people when they rotate back? Where's the money going to the vets when they get the fuck back and they don't have fucking health care and they aren't provided with actual resources by their fucking commanding officers nor the departments that should be providing it to them? Where's the fucking care for the people that actually come back and don't have anyone looking out for their asses? Where the
then
fuck's that?
basically the money that you're paying every year from out of your pocket, from the business that you work at, you know, the
Take
business
my
that you
money.
own, whatever. is
Like,
just-
honestly, take more of my money. Just protect the infirmed, the youthful, protect the elderly, you know, give us roads so the elderly and the youthful can go to hospital and school and library, make sure that folks can get to courthouses easily. Like, do that. You're on my good side real fucking quick. Lickety fucking split.
just gonna be spent with no regard and no transparency. Like, it's just wasteful. It's not good.
I want to apologize because
Right. Hard tilt. We're gonna okay, so maybe I'm a shithead for how I keep calling this person in quotes the gooner. But we're gonna go watch the gooner because people say that they make gooner bait, and I'm like, I think they're the gooner actually, duder. Sorry to break it to you, but like, prove me wrong here. What?
this video is gonna
They
be a
clearly
bit
are.
different from
Or
what
they-
you're used to seeing on this channel. I'm
Even if they clearly aren't, they act like they clearly are. So I'm not trying to say what they do with their free fucking time, but
I
goddamn.
will probably have to endure my natural accent in order to get my points across more efficiently. Tal vez hasta leo algunas cositas en español y las subtitule, porque aunque no
You're
lo crean, me cuesta un huevo hablar y expresarme en inglés. So if you don't like my accent, I'm sorry, but jodete. I want to clarify from the get-go and before I detail what happened in this invasion that this is not me complaining about the status quo in invasions, ya que muchos de ustedes hijos de un camión cisterna lleno de putas son súper rápidos para escribir comentarios sin ver el video. And I promise you, I'll get my point across after I show you the details. While I was recording for my Backhand Blaze video, I ran into a squad of 3 players who were about to enter the Meteor Mother of Fingers boss fight. Right after the invasion begins, I get run down by one guy while the other
Backhand
2 are
Blades,
coming
let's go.
just a bit further back. Thinking I'm gonna be jumped by all of them, I pull out Weights of Darkness to try and deal as much AoE damage as possible, but it turns out the other 2 guys are mages and could not give 2 shits about proximity. Thanks to a relatively generous amount of latency, I managed to roll my way into safety, because high latency makes people miss things that will normally connect. But since the latency is not high enough to fully dodge spells such as Star Shower or Stars of Ruin, I need to gain as much distance from the mages as I can in order to simply not die by default. More spells
Okay,
such
when
as
I see this shit, that's when I say, what in the PvE type bullshit? Like, this is when I draw that line and I just start calling everything PvE shit.
Dragon Breath are thrown in my direction, and all I can do is simply run for my life and put as much room between me and the mages as possible,
And you're out of
while one
room.
of the guys applies melee pressure on me. During the whole ordeal, you can also see me going through my menu
Kinda
a
hard
bunch of
swap.
times to try and find the best choice to deal with this chaotic scenario, until I finally decide on taking Rakshasa's Great Katana and hope for the best. I managed to land one hit on a guy, but of course I can't follow through because magia, XD, and I'm forced to retreat to a spot where these spells can't get to me. One guy follows me behind the spot and tries to attack me with his spell point blank. I notice his severe lack of judgment, and I take this opportunity of
Thank
segregation
you.
in order to dispose of him before the others
Thank
can get
you.
to me. Hermoso, un Bobby menos. It may not seem as much,
Well
but
taken,
fighting 2
executed.
players instead of 3 is a million times easier. And after a very nice bomba Kobe moment and some little maneuvering, I get the second
It's a
mage,
Kobe moment, goddamn.
leaving me alone with the melee guy. I try
Who's
to
gonna
use
quit?
the backhand blades, but they get severely countered by barricade shields, so I simply switch to bolas
As you should.
and get the job
Do
done.
that strike
As you can
damage.
see,
Roll.
this was supposed to be a backhand blades invasion, but doing this invasion with backhand blades would have been Maybe not impossible, but certainly extremely difficult. And I needed to change my equipment several times in order to adapt to the different situations. And these two guys just shooting spells at me with no thought behind it were an extreme danger to me. Not only that, but I also consume much more resources that are commonly not available in vanilla Elden Ring. Keep in mind that this is seamless co-op, where invaders have access to a larger amount of healing potions and great runes. Co-op phantoms also have access to that, but you get the point. And once again, I don't really want you to misunderstand me here. I don't mind doing all these things, and I'm used to having to do a lot of magic in order to win invasions, but I'm just asking myself, why does it have to be so unnecessarily difficult? If it's already this difficult for a veteran, yes, I know it's fucking cringe, but I'm calling myself like this so you guys can get the point. What is it gonna be like for a new player? You know, someone who wants to try invasions. When you play PvE in Elden Ring, you start from the very bottom. They throw you into weak, simple enemies for you to learn the basics and mechanics, as well as getting a feeling of combat and how you are supposed to face the challenges that the game imposes on you. You even get some tutorial messages explaining to you in plain English how some things work and what are the best options to deal with enemies. For instance,
Blade of Damnation
stance
ate
break
my
tip,
butthole.
which is one of the most important ones in the game. In PvP though, it's pretty much...
Fucky, dude.
Yeah, you can do this. Good luck. The game doesn't even explain to you how the matchmaking system works, you know, the thing that you need to know so you can know who you are invading, let alone that some items don't have the same benefits in PvP than in PvE. Like, for instance, the Dragon Crest Great Shield will give you 20% extra physical defense in PvE, but in PvP it's balls, and it only protects you for 5%. So, whereas using it in PvE will be a great idea, using it in PvP could be accounted for a waste of a talisman slot. Same thing happens with another PvE favorite, the Fire Scorpion Talisman, or any other Scorpion Talismans for that matter. They give you more benefits in PvE than debuffs, but in PvP it's the opposite, and you get more debuffs than benefits. They are not worth using in PvP, and nobody tells you this. You are just thrown into some random player's world, and the next thing you know is that you have a moon veil up your ass, and 3 dudes are teabagging your rotting corpse. And this is something that you may have experienced when trying to do Bara's questline before the patch, as you had to invade 3 people in order to progress. You didn't need to win or anything, you just had to invade people. But some people complain that they couldn't get any invasions, and that's understandable when they don't fucking know the matchmaking rules to the fucking game. And after some time they just launched a patch where you can just complete it offline. And this clearly tells me how much Miyazaki thinks of PvP. You know, I think it was clearly patched for people who don't have online, but just let me wear my tinfoil hat in peace. Instead of...
Wait, let me read the shit. Complete the quest offline.
People who don't have online, but just let me wear my tinfoil hat in peace. Instead of further expanding on this mechanic with the help of Bara's questline to, you know, help newer players get into invading at a comforting pace, FromSoft just abandoned it altogether and left players to fend off for themselves in any way they could. And don't get me wrong, invasions have always been like this, you know? Players always had to make do and find the ins and outs on their own. But when
because, like, you're not gonna get spell spammed. No one can, like, specialize in dropping a lot of spell damage. Your weapon level is not 25, so you're not getting, like, weapon level bracketed with people on some fucking goober shit. GG. Win.
Talking about Elden Ring, not only is the game not helpful for getting into invasions, I believe it actively discourages you from invading. Maybe not with a tutorial text that kindly tells you to fuck off every time you try to use the red finger, but by making invasions nearly impossible to win for the average Souls newcomer, or dare I say, the average Souls fan. No es ningún secreto en este punto de la vida de género que los juegos Souls se volvieron mucho más mainstream de lo que eran. Elden Ring sales already speak volumes of it, but FromSoft was clearly prepared for it, as they made sure to give invaded players as many advantages as possible.
I like money.
As invasions seem to run on the assumptions that the invaded players have marginal to no skill, and the invader is an unmatched PvP god. But PvP god or not, trust me when I tell you that fighting multiple players in Elden Ring can be way harder than fighting any of the game's bosses. And the only reason content creators such as myself, Stilopsky, G9, or even Chase the Bro can consistently win invasions is because the skill gap between us and the invaded players is so high that we manage to pull through. And even then, it can become super difficult. Seriously, try testing it out by yourself. Tell 2 PvP players to summon you to their world via a red sign and try defeating them both at the same time. If they are competent players and know what they're doing, I guarantee you will not be able to beat them. It doesn't matter how much you try. Numbers advantage in PvP can overshadow skill, builds, and any other trick or tools you may have up your sleeve. Sure, you may win sometimes with gravity or by sheer luck, but that doesn't change the fact that multiple competent people can be literally unbeatable by the average Souls player. Even if we lower the bar and have you fighting 2 or 3 below average or outright incompetent players, the fight will still be incredibly difficult if they maintain the slightest form of aggression and a little bit of caution. And if the players you're fighting know that constant rolling will give them perma iframes on high latency, finishing one of them off while the others chase you around can be nigh impossible, and you'll probably be forced to reset and watch them mockingly heal from afar. Ashes of War and spells make this even more asinine to deal with, as you have previously seen on this video. And to top it off, the host will have more healing potions than you,
Oh yeah, we're gonna
summons,
fucking do
rune
low
arcs,
level PvE.
and many things that you don't have.
Oh, hell
and
yes.
no, this is not some sort of gotcha moment
Oh,
or
hell yes, brother.
realization or breakthrough that we came with.
hell
It's
yes.
just us wondering why. Why did they have to make it so difficult? You
I'm
need to
getting
do
already at
so
the
much,
bonfire.
and they need to do so little. It's insane, to be honest. And once again, we're not trying to pass it as a complaint. We're just wondering why. It's baffling. Can you imagine yourself coming out fresh from the PvE into invasions, applying the methods that
Can you not
work
do great
really well in
runes
PvE, such
without
as using
going to
your
the round
Bloodhound's
table?
Fang, for example, and the moment you use it, you get absolutely annihilated.
Because we're doing that
And you
level
don't
1
even know
maidenless
why.
shit, dude.
And that anyone you
Oh,
come
I need to
across
travel.
with
I
will
forgot, I
just
forgot.
vaporize you because they have the numbers advantage and more healing than you, and they can have more teammates, and
Divine tower,
you're
divine
just gonna
tower,
feel
divine
so
tower, divine tower.
overwhelmed.
Which
And the moment
ones?
you finally die, they will start shitting on your
Key
corpse and
items.
teabagging. No, a new player will hate that experience. And on top of
I
that,
get
the runes
salty,
are not
but when
gonna
I
be
go
in the
back
same
at
place
them-
they were when they started invading. It's gonna be somewhere else. Why on earth will they try to do that again? Why would they expose themselves to that?
Redons
Can you
and
see
moats.
what I meant when I said that they are trying to
These
actively
altars?
discourage you from invading?
Windows
It's a
wall.
game mode
Windows
just
wall.
as valid as PvE and
Which
has been a
one?
genre-defining feature since the beginning.
We can take
Why do
notes.
they seem
Who
so
cares?
adamant to
It's
get
easy.
rid of it? As if it was the worst possible thing to ever exist.
Oof.
We don't know if
This
it
is
comes from a
about to be
place of wanting to give the illusion that they are trying to maintain some sort of collective fictional moral high ground that the community has been trying to impose over invasions over the course of the years, or if it's just due to technical and practical issues regarding the network and gameplay. But from a developer standpoint, invaders are nearly treated as garbage. They have no incentive whatsoever to invade or participate in invasions. There are no covenants, no rewards, and like we mentioned, no help from the game to get into it. The thing that feels like them hawk-toying in our face is the fact that both items used for
Secondary,
invasions have
sure.
no distinctive features whatsoever. Both the Bloody Finger and the Recusant Finger do the exact same thing. So why have 2 of them in the first place? Are
Oh,
they just
'cause-
residual shit that was just left?
No, because Bloody Fingers and Recusant's Fingers, people, if you are open to invasions and you have the Taunter's Tongue out, you can be invaded by both. That's why.
Behind when they removed covenants? Is this Miyazaki's way of saying this is how little we care about you? Fuck
And
you.
covenants?
No,
Yup.
no, I don't think so. Not really. That will be the fact that blue hunters have no lore or purpose. If I were to ask you right now, what do blue hunters exactly do in the War of the Lands Between? Would you
Is it
know
the
what to
Dragonbarrow
tell me?
West one?
There is literally nothing for you to say.
You can be a helpful blue. That's it. And
They
I have
have-
mine turned on my other character constantly. I never get sucked in. At level 20, at level 75, no, level 20, level 60, level 90, level 120, level 164, or level 200. I've been looking. I never get sucked into shit at all. Nothing happens. It is so fucking vapid. It is actually just a ghost town.
No fucking lore. They just exist because the host needs more help. And speaking of help, do they need more help though? In order to get a blue in your world, you need to be invaded. And in order to get invaded, you need to either summon another player or use the Taunter's Tongue, which is an item that allows you to be invaded when you are alone.
I need to go to round
neither
table.
of
I
these
need
instances
this. I
does
better
the
get round
host
table after
need
this
any
shit.
help, because they either A, already have help with their summon, or B, don't want any help because they willingly invited invaders into their world for whatever reason. The only reason blue hunters exist is for the host to gank the invader with numbers advantage, which is fine by me, like, bring them on. But if you ask me, I don't think that
Ballot
new
people?
players that are just getting into
I
invasions
just
will
get in the way
appreciate getting cock-blocked by
of
blues
the
every invasion. And the worst part is that we haven't even factored gank squads into the equation, you know? Three
Yup.
people who sit in a place with no
I mean, why
mobs
not?
waiting for one invader just to grief them. Like, imagine if a new player runs into them as their first invasion
Gang squads do
experience.
annoy me a little bit.
Oh boy. Y ya me imagino que algunos infradotados
We can
mononeuronales
do
en
it.
el chat
We
van
just
a
do
poner
it,
cosas
but-
tipo, ay, pero ellos se están invadiendo, se lo están ganando, es culpa de ellos por arruinar la diversión de los demás. ¿Por qué no te vas a lavar el orto un poco, pelotudo? O sea, si para vos invadir a alguien que voluntariamente se expuso a invasiones porque invocó a alguien más y están participando en un modo de juego que es parte de la experiencia en general, sería arruinarles la diversión, por favor volvé a comentar cuando se te desarrolle por completo el lóbulo frontal. Bobo. And there are even some gankers that will create YouTube channels dedicated to humiliate invaders, regardless of their skill level. Yeah, I don't think these are well-adjusted individuals, if you ask me. If
No,
you allow me to use my
definitely not.
conspiracy hat at this very moment, I would say
Lol,
that
what the
FromSoft
fuck?
are lowering the quality of invasions, so when the day comes that they finally get rid of them in a new installment, like Night Rain for example, not as many people will complain about it, so the voice of those who still support invasions won't be as loud. And we're gonna enter an era of Souls games with no invasions, and that's gonna be funny.
I'd
They
rebel.
won't be Souls games, but
I'd
hey,
fucking rebel. Y'all would
what
just
can you do?
hear me screaming
It's
from
funny
the
how the
mountaintops,
motto
bro.
of Souls games has always been get good for a long time. Like, if you're struggling with the game, you just need to try again, get good, and face up to
I mean,
it,
for real,
which
though.
is sort of what the developers intended since the release of Dark Souls. But when it comes to invasions, the discourse of the majority is not to get good. It's simply to get rid of them. It's like the moment a human factor is introduced into the mix, everyone suddenly gets offended. People talk about how invasions ruin their experience with Elden Ring, when in reality, invasions are part of Elden Ring. It's not that you are playing Elden Ring and some random goober entered your world with
It's if you're
some
playing Elden
third-party
Ring and you get
software. It's
invaded.
actually part of the whole package of the game. You are supposed to get invaded if you choose to do co-op.
Then
I
again,
think this
if it gets shitty,
antagonization of
I'll just go
invaders
to
and the
fucking
portraying of
chilling in Dark
invasions
Souls
as an
2.
alien feature to the game is what eventually caused FromSoft to dilute them into a softer experience more and more with each game. And I find it really sad that the constant whining of some skill-impaired goobers who can't beat one player as a
Valid.
team of 2 or 3 has turned what could be a unique multiplayer experience with tons of death into a bastardized mockery of itself that's only there because of tradition. It won't matter how much FromSoft changes them to fit the crybaby needs of the casual player who plays
Damn,
the game
brother.
for 1 month and never touches it again. It will never be enough for these people because they don't really like Souls games. They just like co-op experiences. And this just ain't it. Listen, I know I'm making a ton of assumptions here, but they are based on observations I made on the community throughout the years. Balancing the game mode that brings longevity to the game after you have done everything in PvE around the people who only play Elden Ring once and never touch it again will never be a good idea. And I cannot even begin to tell you how demoralizing and indignant it can be when you are defeated by 3 people who barely know what they are doing. Players that will instantly crumble the moment they have to fight by themselves. It doesn't matter if we gave you the key to their
That's why I
house.
joke
You are
about
still
them.
ill and deserve every disadvantage possible, so little Timmy won't feel bad about not knowing how to properly play the game. And trust me, I know that it sounds a bit unhinged and maybe
Yeah, but
rude,
let them eat
but I
shit
would be
about it.
lying if I told you that it's not hurtful, to be honest. It's a bit ironic that in a genre where skill and hard work
Let
is
them
supposed to be
cry.
rewarded, the player that is considered by the game as the most skillful, in this case the invader, is reduced to nothing more than a mere inconvenience that needs to be taken care of. Remember, invasions run on the assumption that the invaded player is the one that has less skill, while the invader Spider is supposed to be the one that has more skill. So
But
the
then
developers
Gank Cruise,
decided to
brother.
nerf you just to keep Timmy immersed in his power fantasy. And if this
Yeah.
is how it's going to be from now on, honestly, just fucking get rid of invasions.
There we go.
They
Got
will
it.
be missed. But I'd rather them die now instead of having a future installment where every time you try to invade, a hand comes out of the fucking computer and just crushes your balls or something. Lo que poronga sea.
Hello, guys and gals, me Mudahar, and I read the comments from time to time. And one of the
It's the
comments that
last
I've been
thing in the
seeing is,
playlist.
"Whoa,
Right
Muda,
here.
let's get some sleep going on." Mudahar, what's going on with your eyes? They look like a raccoon.
does-
They're sunken in. Now, I want to just address this
I'll add the
comment
title
because
to
it
this in a
really
bit.
does come from a
I'm just putting
place
a
of good
timestamp in now.
intentions. But 5 years ago, you probably, if you're an old head, remember a video that I made titled "I'm Scared of Falling Asleep." And there's no, like, hyperbole about it. One of my biggest fears is actually just sleeping. Now, for anybody that remembers, I do suffer from chronic actual sleep paralysis, okay? I don't know if there's, like, an official diagnosis for it, but I have a real problem with sleep paralysis. Years ago, I made a video where I talked about falling asleep in Minecraft, and I actually fell asleep in Minecraft for a week, moved it up to a month, damn near actually slept in Minecraft for
This is
months.
my favorite
I just
apps.
used to put on a VR headset, look up
I
at
went
my
to go get it.
Minecraft stars, and somehow that would help me actually wake up without
axe,
having any real
Hard
problems.
ass drops. Glad as
Except,
fuck.
of course, that all kind of stopped working, and it also wasn't really sustainable. A, you shouldn't be sleeping with a fucking screen attached to your head. You also shouldn't be reliant on destroying your GPU and having you render, like, ray-traced Minecraft, even when most of the time you're just sleeping through it. Anyways, all of that aside, ladies and gentlemen, all of that out of there, I've experimented with a lot of things, okay? Incense candles, for one. I've even bought one of those projectors that put the stars
It's not the most
on your
efficacious
actual,
one.
like, ceiling. I've even slept with
For a
the
lot of
TV
shit.
on. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, to no avail,
But I
this
kinda like
system,
it.
this sleep paralysis that I've had has not actually really cured. Now, to give you an idea, what is sleep paralysis?
kinda hate having
okay? So I feel
bloodhounds
like
on
for a
this.
lot of people walking into this, you might be wondering, what does that even entail?
It's just because people.
So let me give you an idea. When you're sleeping and your eyes are closed, you're basically off in La La Dreamland. Your consciousness turns off. Okay? Now we can
Which
get
sucks.
real existential. What is consciousness, Muda?
I
What
can't
is
learn
life?
anything when I'm asleep.
Well, every
It
time you
upsets
wake
me.
up, okay? I like to think that, a part of you kind of dies when you fall
I
asleep,
joined you,
like you're
buddy.
very close to actual death, and you wake up. One of the questions people ask is, are you even the
People
same
had to
person
die.
you are yesterday? You can get into a whole bunch of that, okay? You can probably sit down and wonder, man, the cells in your body change every week. Are you still the same person? Is the soul still the same? The point of the matter
Duo's
is,
gonna
your
fuck me
consciousness kind of turns off. Now, sleep paralysis is when you wake up a little bit like this in the mornings or at night or
like
whatever,
this.
and you can't move your body. So, for anybody wondering why I'm afraid of sleep, that literally is the biggest fear that I have right there.
That through the tunnel.
For most of my sleeping life, a lot of the times when I doze off and I wake up, there are aspects of my body, in fact, complete paralysis occurs where I can't actually move my fingers, my hands, my arms. I can't even
I joined you,
speak or
buddy.
do anything. So to give you an idea of like how this works, I kind of want to describe like the worst attack
Yikes.
that I've probably ever had,
I've-
which has been recent. It's not something that genuinely
Like, the worst thing I could experience during it was that I woke up while my body was trying to suppress its motions.
I wake up,
And I was
all right?
totally aware
I'm
that my
totally
mind was
conscious
playing
of the
tricks
morning,
on
right? My
itself
eyes
and
are open,
bending
I can see that
shadows.
the sun is up. I
But
actually can think
I
in
still
my head.
saw
I actually have
what
thoughts.
looked like
when
a
you're like
shape
dreaming and you wake up and you try to remember
of
your
something
dream, you only
horrifying
really remember like 1% of it. Everything else is
and
just a
only
giant
somewhat
blur.
human.
No, this is what I'm actually
And I
like
just stayed
thinking. I am
awake
as conscious
until,
as I am right
like,
now.
I
I'm
just
as cogent
refused
and
to fucking
coherent
sleep.
as I am right now in my head. However, when I wake up, I can't open
I
my
just
mouth,
didn't let
I can't
myself
make a
sleep through
noise,
it. I just
can't
couldn't do
speak
it.
to
It
anyone.
wasn't worth it.
And then, of course, you might be like, well, Muda, can you move? No, you cannot move
I stayed
your
up the
arms,
whole
you
time
cannot
until I
move your
was, like,
hand, you cannot
able
move
to
your
take
finger,
control
you
of my
cannot move
limbs.
Your toes. You can't really move anything. You're
It was
actually trying
horrifying.
really hard.
Because I
And
was
it
afraid if
feels
I
like,
dozed off, what
you're
if I was
moving the
wrong and that was
bones
something?
inside your muscles, right? But it's
But I
just you
watched the
can't
shadows
move your
resume being
muscles.
shadows,
So it takes
and I put
me
it together
probably
later.
at this moment at my worst, around 3 minutes, maybe more, maybe maximum 5 minutes I would have to imagine, before my body actually starts literally moving, okay?
Like, I am, for minutes, fighting within my body to move
I
my
ate your
actual...
boy.
I actually think at this point that I'm probably paralyzed, okay? Maybe I am, maybe I'm not. It's just gotten common. It's something that I've lived it, and I probably can remember that the longest I've been living with it is probably my high school years. Maybe late middle school, to be honest here. But I've been dealing with this for a while. And generally at my worst attack, you know, the worst that I've ever had to go with, I actually thought, yeah, maybe I am actually a complete paralyzed person. Maybe I cannot move. Maybe I can't do anything.
10 out of 10.
And yeah, that's pretty much what your body is effectively at. You cannot move or do these basic functions. And when your body wakes up, it literally does feel like a computer. A really old computer is finally booted up, okay? Like it's finally allowed you to move around. That's when it gets super weird. Then you can move your hands and arms around and you can talk. And that's pretty much what it comes down to.
Being stuck
now,
in
sleep
a waking
paralysis is
state
one of those things
for
where, again, the
hours.
fear doesn't just come from the idea that you can't move your arms and legs. It also comes from the hallucinations that you come across. Now, I don't want to, you know, make a joke of this and say, yeah, I see fucking people dancing around in front of me while I'm... No, it's not how it works at all. Okay? Most of the time, things are kind of a blur. Things, you know, your ears aren't working right. But one of the craziest experiences that I've ever had in this entire phase of sleep paralysis,
was
is,
brutal.
you know, feeling sensations on the back of my neck, okay? There's whispers, there's, you know, things that don't feel right. It doesn't feel good, okay? And maybe the worst fear that I have out of it is somebody's like grabbing my neck and they're gonna snap my neck Sam Fisher style, and that's pretty much the end of it. There are two actual fears that I have. One of them is going completely like black blind, okay? Like I literally open my eyes and see nothing but darkness. That is one of the biggest fears that I have, okay? I've often thought about like what sensation or sense can I remove from my body and still function. And you know, I can probably live with maybe not hearing, God forbid. I could probably live with a bunch of other things, but losing complete eyesight is one of my biggest fears. And of course, the other fear right after it is not being able to move my arms and legs. So yeah, I am somebody that is completely afraid of falling asleep. Because sleep paralysis is really no joke, okay? Like, it really is not something that you can undersell to somebody that hasn't actually experienced it. There's a good chance that every single person watching this video right now has probably experienced actual sleep paralysis at some point in their life, okay? Even if it's to, like, the most minor degree, where for, like, maybe a few seconds you feel like your body is too sluggish, but everything kicks in. But I hope to God you never have to experience the extreme moments where, like, you're up conscious and you're just actually waiting for the rest of your body to actually wake up, okay?
That was just
like, the concept here is your brain wakes up, all right? Your brain is up. Your brain is completely there, I guess, consciously, but the rest of your body just hasn't woken up alongside. And they're just sleeping. They're minding their own business. And so eventually they're like, yeah, shit, I gotta get up and do something. That is literally one of the fears that I have. So if you're wondering why I always appear tired, one of the things that I have done for pretty much years on my channel is just basically be up most of the time and work. Okay, that's really the one thing that I like to do. Some Ordinary Gamers is a solo venture for the most part because of this. Because most of the time, I like talking with my friends and family, my significant other. I'll play a video game, I'll work on content. But generally speaking, I really do try to sleep as much as I really need to, okay? Whether that be the 8 hours, and in some cases it really is usually less. But yeah.
I'm level 1, so
now,
it's
one of the questions that have sort of been brought up to is like, Muda, have you ever went to a doctor for this? Yeah, I have. I've been to a doctor. I've tried several remedies like melatonin, actual sleep assistance. I've literally done like my sleep studies. I've done what I have to, okay? Of course, I went to a medical professional to confer and ask if there was a fix to it. There really isn't much of a cure to like having sleep paralysis. There really isn't just any cure to this whatsoever. It's just something you kind of
see. My body doesn't really bother flooding itself with many sleep paralyzation
really, from what I've
chems
been researching online, and I've researched this
because I just go into RIM and I just don't fucking respond to shit. Like I a lot of trauma, so I will like get up in a pinch and like be on my shit.
It really is just
but that's like, you know, neither here nor there.
I really have to deal with. And I probably will have to deal with for the rest of my actual natural life. Like, until I'm like long dead, you know, whatever that is, this is just a matter of fact that I have to kind of deal with. And ultimately, you know, all I can really do is just put a fucking smile on my face and move on with it. But I do read these comments from time to time, and obviously the video I made 5 years ago, I really kind of expected that at some point later in my life, this whole stuff, all of this would have gotten better. But unfortunately, I am in fact in that same sleep paralysis spot that I was fucking years ago, to be honest with you. And while, you know, previous remedies in my mind, like Minecraft, it really did seem like that probably was more placebo, if anything. But yeah, you know, there really isn't much anybody can do. There's no like special way to sleep. There's no special like ritual to follow that'll like lessen this as much as you can imagine. It's just unfortunately a fact of life for some people. And yeah, you know, one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk about was that right there. A lot of people, a lot of you viewers have your hearts totally in the right place, okay? It's like, Muda, get some sleep. Trust me, I would get some sleep all the time, okay? There are times where I literally just want to sleep.
It's about to be a fucking load moment.
Sometimes I think I need to catch up. If I could sleep for like an entire season, like 2-3 months, I could probably catch up my entire life of sleep debt, okay? Or maybe at least make a serious dent in it. But unfortunately, with situations like sleep paralysis and the fear that comes with it, right? One of my fears is falling asleep, waking up, and never having the rest of my body actually come up. Like that worst attack that I've ever had, which lasted, you know, nothing more than
the part that fucks me up is I'm bound to only things I already know, the universe of my own mind. I can't escape it.
That's a serious, actual abject fear that I tend to have.
I'm a physics nerd,
I'm not a doctor. I don't know how the human body works, okay?
Validate
most doctors don't
new
even
shit
really understand
in
how
my
to
imagination. I can ruminate on existent shit.
You know, part of me, like, really believes the longer
which is kind of lame, right? Like, what am I supposed to do? It's very boring.
Better of a quality of life
you can't escape that.
So if I do seem sleep deprived, it's because I am. It's because obviously I am sleep deprived. But there's a good reason that I am sleep deprived. It's
Still
because
looking
the
for
opposite for me is not as simple.
I need to get a taunter's tongue.
But
Bro,
yeah, I wanted to make this video because I've seen this comment
maiden.
floating around a fair bit, and the heart's always in the right place for people. Like, obviously, you know, we care about each other in this community. But yeah, for anybody that had no idea about this medical problem of mine, at least now you know. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully this made you, if any of you suffer from sleep paralysis, hopefully this video made you feel like you're not in any way alone. Like I said, most people
or maybe I need the
this
fucking
video
arena.
experience an episode
Dude, I just
want to
do PvP shit as a level 1.
But I just have to live with it. It's just a natural thing for me, okay? And you know what? Honestly, it could be way worse, right? Like, I look at so many other medical problems that people have. Like, you know, God forbid somebody has, like, cancer, right? That is far more important and far more serious than some guy waking up and not being able to move his arms and hands for, at worst, a few minutes, okay? It's a scary situation, but obviously, I don't think it's a life-threatening, you know, illness or situation that anybody can have. It's in the grand scheme of things, when I compare it to the worst illnesses in the world, it seems more like a nuisance, if anything. But hopefully you understand why I'm a sleepy little guy all the time. But, you know, as long as that doesn't interfere with my day-to-day life, my work, my content, anything, I'm usually fine with it. Ben, I do genuinely give a real thank you to people who have raised this, you know, up to me in the comments, okay? It really, I know it comes from a great place. I know it comes from a good place. But I need to also respond back and kind of fill you guys in on something that happens. Anyways, hopefully in the next couple days,
buffered that nasty
I'll be talking about some crazy nuisance streamers. I'll be talking about, you know, some good old content about gaming. I'll be talking about some good old computer stuff, maybe some malware
content. We love gaming, okay? Don't we?
Ladies and gentlemen, if you like what you saw, please like, comment, and subscribe. Dislike if you dislike it.
Oopsies, fuck that. I was having fun being a silly. I've never really been a Bloodhound Fang or a Quickstep person.
What do you get when you combine incompetence, laziness, a hunger for TikTok fame, and a family straight out of a horror comedy? The answer is Tophia Chu.
Maybe, but hold your titties. Alright. I want that dank level 1 PvP, bro. I'm not gonna get it unless I get the Taunter's Tongue. Is there a way to, like, somehow have someone suck me into Round Table Hold? How can I do this? I just need the Taunter's Tongue. I just need it. I got gots to get it. I got gots to get it. It's a PvP item. I got gots to get it. It would go right here. It would be perfect. Or is it up here? I need it. I need it bad. I need to lure invaders in. Like, bro, I need this. Brother, come on. Oh, and then the next one is gonna be, the bloody finger. But I can't get that because I don't have round table. God damn it. Fuck. 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 Fuckity buckets. If I'm not gonna get an invasion, I need to, like, you know, go fuck with people somewhere. I'm not gonna get a duel by waiting in this place. Does this follow me? Oh, this cancels my thingy. Never mind that. Okay, tits, brother. What was I gonna go get mat-wise? Hold on. Nah, brother. We're checking out the fucking silly-ass homepage. Because it's probably cursed. It's more of it.
So, Waifu released a video about how Elden Ring ruined Souls PvP, and yeah, let's just watch it, shall we?
While I was recording for my Backhand Blaze video, I ran into a squad of 3 players who were about to enter the Meteor Mother of Fingers boss fight.
You're right.
Right after the invasion begins, I get run down by one guy while the other 2 are coming just a bit further back. Thinking I'm gonna be jumped by all of them, I pull out Weights of Darkness to try and deal as much AoE damage as possible, but it turns out the other 2 guys are mages and could not give 2 shits about proximity. I need to gain as much distance from the mages as I can in order to simply not die by default.
Jesus.
More spells such as Dragon Breath are thrown in my direction, and all I can do is simply run for my life and put as much room between me and the mages as possible, while one of the guys applies melee pressure on me. During the whole ordeal...
Melee pressure, by the way, with Moonveil. That's your melee pressure in Elden Ring. A weapon that can hit you from the distance of like 4 freaking pikes. Maybe longer, actually, honestly.
You can also see me going through my menu a bunch of times to try and find the best choice to deal with this chaotic scenario, until I finally decide on taking Rakshasa's Great Katana and hope for the best. I managed to land 1 hit on a guy, but of course I can't follow through because... magia, XD, and I'm forced to retreat to a spot where these spells can't get to me.
Sitting
One
here.
guy follows me
Clearly
behind
I'm
the
trying to
spot
get
and
level
tries
1
to attack me
invasions.
with his spell
Clearly.
blank. I
I've had
notice his
fun
severe
ones,
lack of
like,
judgment,
recently.
and I take this opportunity of segregation in order
just
to
not
dispose
getting
of
it
him
now.
before the others
I'm
can get to him.
sad.
Hermoso, un poco menos. It may not seem as much, but fighting 2 players instead of 3 is a million times easier. And after a very nice Bomba Kobe moment and some little maneuvering, I get the second mage.
That's fucking damage, 1300.
I try to use the backhand blades, but they get severely countered by barricade shields, so I simply switch to bolas.
Maybe.
And get the job done. As you can see, this was supposed to be a backhand blades invasion, but doing this invasion with backhand blades would have been maybe not impossible, but certainly extremely difficult. And I needed to change my equipment several times in order to adapt to the different situations. And these 2 guys just shooting spells at me with no thought behind it were an extreme danger to me. Not only that, but I also consume much more resources that are commonly not available in vanilla Elden Ring. Keep in mind that this is seamless co-op, where invaders have access to a larger amount of healing potions and great runes. Co-op phantoms also have access to that, but you get the point. And once again, I don't really want you to misunderstand me here. I don't mind doing all these things, and I'm used to having to do a lot of magic in order to win invasions, but I'm just asking myself, why does it have to be so unnecessarily difficult? If it's already this difficult for a veteran, yes, I know it's fucking cringe, but I'm calling myself like this so you guys can get the point. What is it gonna be like for a new player?
Fight me.
You know, someone who wants to try invasions. When you play PvE in Elden Ring,
I'm just
you start
zoning
from the
around
very
places
bottom. They throw you
repetitiously
into
'cause
weak,
I'm,
simple
like,
enemies for you to learn the basics and mechanics, as well as getting a feeling of combat and how you are supposed to face the challenges that the game imposes on you. You even get some tutorial messages explaining to you in plain English how some things work and what are the best options to deal with enemies. For instance, this stance break tip, which is one of the most important ones in the game. In PvP though, it's pretty much Yeah, you can do this. Good luck. The game doesn't even explain to you how the matchmaking system works. You know, the thing that you need to know so you can know
Okay,
who you
we've
are
never been
invading.
told it
Let alone
clearly,
that
but,
some
you
items
know,
don't
true.
have the same benefits in PvP than in PvE. Like, for instance,
No one
the
ever gave a
Dragon
fuck.
Crest Great Shield will give you 20% extra physical defense in PvE,
We had to have
but in
FromSoft
PvP it's
employees
balls,
leak it
and it
for
only protects you
DS2.
for 5%. So, whereas using it in
Like,
PvE will
for
be a
fuck's
great
sake.
idea, using it in PvP could be accounted for a waste
That's
of a
not to excuse
talisman
it.
slot. Same thing happens with another PvE
It's just,
favorite, the Fire Scorpion
Gregarious. It's
Talisman,
egregious,
or any
and
other
it's a
Scorpion
little bit
talismans for
weird.
that matter. They give you more benefits in PvE than debuffs, but in PvP it's the opposite, and you get more debuffs than benefits. They are not worth using in PvP, and nobody tells you this. You are just thrown into some
Yeah, just
random
take
player's
backhand
world,
blades,
and the
GG,
next
let's go.
thing you know is that you have a
I mean, to be
moonveil
fair.
up your ass, and 3 dudes are teabagging your rotting corpse. And this is something that you may have experienced when trying to do Barra's questline before the patch, as you had to invade 3 people
It's a
in
thing
order
that
to
happens
progress.
when I'm
You
anything
didn't need
over
to
level
win
60?
or anything, you just had to invade people. But some people
People
complain
with
that
lower
they
levels
couldn't
still
get any
bow. They're
invasions,
still
and
polite.
that's understandable when they don't
Level 1
fucking
invasions
know
were the best.
the
They're
matchmaking
base as
rules
fuck.
to the fucking game. And after some time, they just launched a patch where you can just complete it offline. And this clearly tells me how much Miyazaki thinks of PvP. You know, I think it was clearly patched for people who don't have online, but just let me wear my tinfoil hat in.
I mean, this is a tinfoil hat moment. From Software doing that, like, since I only remember, yeah? It's From Software allows you to play the game solo. You always have the alternative.
Instead of further
I'm not
expanding on
including it
this
as
mechanic
kind
with the
of an
help of
off one,
Barra's
but-
questline to, you know, help newer players get into invading and
If there's a way to avoid
FromSoft just abandoned
the
it
NPC
altogether and
invasions,
left players
that's-
to fend off for themselves in
needs to
any
be
way
looked
they
at from
could. And don't
DS2.
get me wrong, invasions have always been like this, you know? Players always had to make do and find the ins and outs on their own. But when talking about Elden Ring, not only is the game not helpful for getting into invasions, I believe it actively discourages you from invading. Maybe not with a tutorial text that kindly tells you to fuck off every time you try to use the red finger, but by making invasions nearly impossible to win for the average Souls newcomer, or dare I say, the average Souls fan. No es ningún secreto en este punto de la vida de género que los juegos Souls se volvieron mucho más mainstream de lo que eran. Elden Ring sales already speak volumes of it, but FromSoft was clearly prepared for it, as they made sure to give invaded
What?
players
Don't
as
you
many
fight me.
advantages as possible. As invasions seem to run on the assumptions that the invaded players have marginal to no skill, and the invader is an unmatched PvP god. But PvP god or not, trust me when I tell you that fighting multiple players in Elden Ring can be way harder than fighting any of the game's bosses. And the only reason content creators such as myself, Stilopsky, G9, or even Chase the Bro can consistently win invasions is because the skill gap between us
Or even Chase the Bro. Do I hear small mockery here? So only waifu doubts the god himself? Oh.
us and the invaded players is so high
Oops.
that we managed to pull through. And even then, it can become super difficult. Seriously, try testing it out by yourself. Tell 2 PvP players to summon you to their world via a red sign and try defeating them both at the same time. If they are competent players and know what they're doing, I guarantee you will not be able to beat them. It doesn't matter how much you try. Numbers advantage in PvP can overshadow skill, builds, and any other trick or tools you may have up your sleeve. Sure, you may win sometimes with gravity or by sheer luck, but that doesn't change the fact that multiple competent people can be literally unbeatable by the average Souls player. Even if we lower the bar
Winning?
and have you fighting 2
There
or
you go.
3 below average or outright incompetent players, the fight will still be incredibly difficult if they maintain the slightest form of aggression and a little bit of caution. And if the players you're fighting know that constant rolling will give them perma iframes on high latency, finishing one of them off while the others chase you around can be nigh impossible. And you're
Like, these games never supposed to be available to play on intercontinental ping, let's call it that way, yeah? It's really not good for any type of games. Like, this guy over here like, has 350 ms to waifu. It's fucking insane to have, like, that much of the ping. It's,
You need
the game
ping-based matchmaking.
starts to shit itself even on, like, a 80 ms at this point, yeah? So even that little as 80 ms, 80 milliseconds, 80 ping is just enough to cause some issues with consistency of the combat, let alone like pings of 150, 200, 250, and
Valid
so
and
on. It's
based.
just way too much. And it's not only the case for the PvP, dude. Like, because someone could bring that argument that like the game, you know, it's only like hurts the PvP, so it is sacrifice that is okay in order to have like better activity, because more players that can potentially match with each other in the co-op. But even in the co-op, if you have like a high ping between players in the session, the PvE itself doesn't behave like it should. It is just simply laggy. And on top of that, this game wouldn't have as much of issues with connectivity to other players, in the meaning that with finding like a people that you could potentially play with, if the matchmaking formula on its own wouldn't be dog shit. And we had a perfect example of that. Like, dude, in Lords of the Fallen, the game that is not the greatest, and currently, I don't know, like, it's not really like super popular, yeah? Lords of the Fallen, kind of, well, fallen into obscurity, nomen omen, yeah? Currently, 350 players on the peak on the PC, but the game has crossplay, so you can play against Xbox gamers, PlayStation gamers, and so on, yeah, when you're on the PC. On top of that, it has a matchmaking formula where your damage being scaled up or down depending on the level of the host and other stats, yeah? Because of that, the activity is through the roof, and at any moment you're ever going to jump onto Lords of the Fallen, you just queue for the invasion and you are getting that invasion within 10 seconds. The activity in the multiplayer is generally so much fucking better than in Elden Ring, despite Elden Ring being insanely popular. I mean, in comparison, dude, Elden Ring only on the PC itself has the peaks of 43,000 within the last 24 hours, and that's like a somewhat consistent, yeah? On the weekends, it's going up to like 60,000. From Software at fault with shitty matchmaking here, and these games could easily like run with like some sort of matchmaking ping restrictions, and they would be absolutely fine if matchmaking wouldn't be like it is. That being said, like there is a problem though, because like this game doesn't have regions. Alright, so I turned on Elden Ring for a second to show you something real quick. In the menus, you have that option
I tried the Godskin skip.
Essentially allow you to only get matched within your region. You see like a cross-region play, if you're gonna set it to no matchmaking. Below, it's written that allow or restrict cross-region matching. So essentially with no matchmaking, you're supposed to be matching with people only within your region. That's pretty much idea how it's supposed to work. But if you're gonna go to the SteamDB, to the packages, on the PC you're going to notice something very interesting. Yeah, there is the package for like the game itself, and there is only one additional version, which is this one, and it's Japan only, and the same goes for the DLC. So how does it work? So matchmaking regions in the beautiful game known as Elden Ring, and frankly any other Souls game ever created, these regions are distributed by the place where you bought the game from. So the region is assigned to the game copy, and on PC, because you have only in fact the non-Japanese version, which is essentially a global version, and Japanese version, it means only these two regions exist. If you bought the game in Japan, when your matchmaking settings are set to no matchmaking, it means you're gonna be only connecting to people from the only Japan versions of the game, or essentially people that bought the game in like Japanese like Steam store, or like, you got the point, yeah? Whereas everyone else is assigned the global version. So there are essentially only two regions, which is global and Japanese. And that's why, despite this setting being set to the no matchmaking, you are actually getting matched with people from, for example, China. It's a little bit better on PlayStation, because on PlayStation you have three regions, which is American, European, and Japanese. But there is a problem though. American region is for both Americas, and if you are connecting from the North America to South America, your connection gonna be terrible. And European region, well, you have Oceania gamers there, to be exact, Australians. So yeah, Australians are in the same region with Europeans for whatever reason.
I thought they would have put those in.
What? Why?
That's why Australia is in Eurovision, because they're Europe. Hey, they were under the Queen Elizabeth, no? They're still under UK, no?
You're not fucking wrong.
That
Come
makes
here,
so
spitting
much
facts.
sense. But yeah, like the issue is just From Software's like handling of the regions. Basically, that's the main issue.
You'll probably be forced to reset and watch them mockingly heal from afar. Ashes of War and spells make this even more asinine to deal with, as you have previously seen on this video. And to top it off, the host will have more healing potions than you, blue summons, rune arcs, and many things that you don't have. And no, this is not some sort of gotcha moment or realization or breakthrough that we came with. It's just us wondering why. Why did they have to make it so difficult? You need to do so much, and they need to do so little. It's insane, to be honest. And once again, we're not trying to pass it as a
I just want to point out that vast majority of ways how like the game turned out, it's probably just a matter of complete accident. And I highly doubt that like someone there at From Software genuinely wanted to make like life of an invader much harder than it should normally
Tinfoil
be.
hat. Let us have our tinfoil hat.
Why?
No, stop it.
It's baffling. Can you imagine yourself coming out fresh from the PvE into invasions, applying the methods that worked really well in PvE, such as using your Bloodhound's Fang, for example, and the moment you use it, you get absolutely annihilated?
Yeah, it looks cute. It looks like it does a lot of damage.
And you don't even know why.
Looks real cute though.
And that
I think
anyone
that's
you
cute.
come across with will just vaporize you because they have the numbers advantage and more healing than you, and they can have more teammates.
99
and
Vigor,
you're
let's
just gonna
go.
feel so overwhelmed. And the moment you finally die, they will start shitting on your corpse and teabagging. No, a new player will hate that experience. And on top of that, their runes are not gonna be in the same place they were when they started invading. It's gonna be somewhere else. Why on earth will they try to do that again? Why would they expose themselves to that? Can you see what I meant when I said that they are trying to actively discourage you from invading? It's a game mode just as valid as PvE and has been a genre-defining feature since the beginning. Why do they seem so adamant to get rid of it, as if it was the worst possible thing to ever exist? We don't know if it comes from a place of wanting to give the illusion that they are trying to maintain some sort of collective, fictional moral high ground that the community has been trying to impose over invasions over the course of the years, or if it's just due to technical and practical issues regarding the network and gameplay. But from a developer standpoint, invaders are nearly treated as garbage. They have no incentive whatsoever to invade or participate in invasions. There are no covenants, no rewards, and like we mentioned, no help from the game to get into it.
I actually want to go over this. A lot of these things that are listed here are just coming from like a certain initial ideas about what Elden Ring exactly supposed to be. No covenants is a matter of simplification of the covenants. Michael Zaki in the interview before the release of Elden Ring was speaking of it, and they just wanted to simplify covenants. It's not like there is no covenants in Elden Ring or like no factions. There is actually shit tons of them. It's just that you can join them all. And even when you're invading, you are technically invading on the behalf of two different factions. It's either the guys from like from the Volcano Manor or like the guys from Mog, yeah? Like this is basically like how it works. Like as no significant rewards, technically the reward that you are getting for winning an invasion, which is a rune arc, is actually very significant. I would say that it's more annoying on the side of the host where there is legitimately no significant reward at all. You are not getting a rune arc for killing an invader. You are actually getting that item that you can craft at any moment to essentially enable multiplayer. It's ridiculous, yeah? Waifu says that like the reward is dog shit, yeah? Because we invaders are not going to use that rune arc. But if you would be going through the game normally, kept on invading from time to time, these rune arcs will be actually very valuable because in the game itself there is no like a decent way to collect these rune arcs besides like a regular on the ground loot, yeah?
The thing that feels like them Haktuaing in our face is the fact that both items used for invasions have no distinctive features whatsoever. Both the Bloody Finger and the Recusant Finger do the exact same thing. So why have two of them in the first place?
Ah, they have different music. Oh.
Runaku are all over the Thea worthless.
Runark are over the PvE, they are worthless? Let me actually see.
True.
I don't think that's the case.
They're mid. One that gives you more
that's
health
a lot
is
of
okay.
locations. We can
The
buy
mob one's
3, 8,
fine.
11, 14, 17 of them. In the Shadow of the Earth tree, like, we can buy another 3, which is
You
like
can get them
20.
from invasions
And
sometimes.
here, like, we probably have... There is 52 entries. Okay, like, there is a lot of Runarks, but frankly, just getting them through the PvP is technically the easiest way to get them, methinks, consistently, to farm them consistently, if you can consistently win invasions. If you can do that, it's a completely different story. But I would say that, like, for example, when I was going through the game, I was getting a lot of Runarks through the PvP, and these Runarks were helping me with the PvE.
Are they just residual shit that was just left behind when they removed covenants? Is
This
this
one's meant to be easy
Miyazaki's way
mode.
of saying this is how little we care about you? Fuck you? No, I don't think so.
Where are the
Not really.
skulls?
That will be the fact that blue hunters have no lore or purpose. If I were to ask you right now,
Wait, what are blue hunters? I just realized. I never thought of it.
You can be a helpful
blue
blue.
hunters exactly do in the world
Still.
of the lands between?
And I was hoping to have more fun
Would
with it.
you know what to tell me? There is literally
So that's kinda why I
nothing for
wanna
you
do
to
level
say.
1
They have no
PvP.
fucking lore. They just
They invade.
I actually never realized.
When you're
the host
invaded, they
needs
come
more
to help.
And speaking of help, do they need more help though? In order
No,
to
but you
get
have
a blue
to
in your
activate
world,
the
you
white
need to be
one.
invaded. And in order to get invaded, you need to either summon another player
So,
or use the Taunter
you know.
Stone, which is an item that allows you to be invaded when you are alone. In neither of these instances does the host
Oh, yeah.
need any help
Speaking
because
of-
they either A, already have help with their summon, or B, don't want any help because they willingly invited invaders into their world for whatever reason. The only reason blue hunters exist
I just
is
wish
for
I
the
was
host
cool.
to gank
I just
the
wish I was
invader with
cool.
numbers advantage, which is fine by me.
I just wish I was
Like,
cool.
bring them on. But if you ask me, I don't think that new players that are just getting into invasions will appreciate getting cockblocked by blues every invasion. And the worst
I had
part
to
is
do
that
this,
we
man.
haven't even factored gank squads into the equation. You know, 3 people who sit in a place with no mobs, waiting for one invader just to grief them. Like, imagine if a new player runs into them.
Just in case, this footage that we are seeing right here, I have been fighting this gang squad, not 1 hour, not 2 hours, not 3 hours, not 4 hours. I have been fighting them 2 days. I got them at the end, but yeah, I fought them literally 2 days.
Patient experience. Oh boy, y ya me imagino que algunos infradotados mononeuronales en el chat van a poner cosas tipo ay, pero ellos están invadiendo, se lo están ganando, es culpa de ellos por arruinar la diversión de los demás. ¿Por qué no te vas a lavar el orto un poco, pelotudo? O sea, si para vos invadir a alguien que voluntariamente se expuso a invasiones porque invocó a alguien más y están participando en un modo de juego que es parte de la experiencia en general, sería arruinarles la diversión, por favor volvé a comentar cuando se te desarrolle por completo el lóbulo frontal. Bobo, and there are
Okay, that's actually true that reds overall are there to enrich your experience. And I'm
I go to the
glad
next place.
these games going with this way of equalizing the gameplay when you are playing with a friend for the
I do the
game,
next
because
part.
like I'm playing with my girlfriend some Elden Ring, like with randomizer, but overall like the rules stand. We are just bullying everything on our way because playing in co-op just gives you an opportunity to continuously apply the poise damage, and because of that, like since you are breaking the postures of everything without like much of an effort together, the game is absurdly easy.
And there are even some gankers that will create YouTube channels dedicated to humiliate invaders, regardless of their skill level. Yeah, I don't think these are well-adjusted individuals, if you
And I
ask
agreed.
Okay, dude, this is actually so funny. So, like, there is
It is
that
a
guy
smart thing,
that's
maybe, but
actually
eat my asshole
made
if it is,
multiple
prove it.
videos on me, on G9, and many others. Like, you know,
How do
someone
you-
might not like
I forgot.
Napster. Yeah, you see Napster over
How
here,
do you
sure.
get
But
to the
Lost,
fucking-
Lost is practically loved by everyone. Like, he's super chill dude. And you know why, like, the gamer actually exposed him in the videos and started shitting on him in that videos of his? It's because Lost trolled him in Dark Souls 3 with Fighter PL. That ganker took it very personally, that someone dared to, I don't know, like throw him off the fucking
I had to
ledge
replug
with
the camera
force.
at the worst
And because
time,
of
didn't I?
that, now the gamer dedicated 2 videos where he is insulting a streamer. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah.
If you allow me to use my conspiracy hat at this very moment, I would say that FromSoft are lowering the quality of invasions, so when the day comes that they finally get rid of them in a new installment, like Night Rain for example, not as many people will complain about it, so the voice of those who still support invasions won't be as loud. And
It's gotta
we're
be
gonna
behind
enter
this,
an era
right?
of Souls games with no invasions.
I gotta
That's gonna
roll
be
on
funny.
this behind
They won't
him,
be
right?
Souls games, but hey, what can you do?
Oh, my
it's
shit.
funny how the motto of Souls.
What was written here?
Brother.
To clarify, Souls games
Right.
have always been PvE VP. I actually, dude, I need to find it. I need to find it for you. Give me a second. So this is a Reddit post from like 2 years ago, yeah? And multiplayer actually got an award. And that here,
It's
like of
blocked by
BAFTA, whatever it
fucking
is, like some
shithead.
equivalent of like
Oh, god damn it.
Game Awards show, I assume. And actually,
Oh, hell
Elden Ring
no.
won
Oh, hell no.
the reward
Oh, hell
for the
no.
best
Oh,
multiplayer
hell no.
of 2022.
Oh, hell
Claw is screaming from
It's
the
blocked
fucking
by two
sidelines.
shitheads.
On that list, you had like a
Yeah, but it's BAFTA.
Yeah, we're dying. We're killing everybody tonight.
Movies,
Everybody's
not
dying.
Games. They probably took it from the artistic perspective.
Everybody
or
dies
the
tonight.
uniqueness
Nope, we're
of
done.
it.
That's interesting. Look at competition
Says me and
here. You have
whatever.
actually dedicated multiplayer games like Call of Duty. You have Overwatch 2, and Elden Ring actually won.
Yeah, they know
Spider-
nothing about video games.
Aha.
Me
Okay.
and
So
what failed.
okay. So that's why they won, according to you. Okay, I see.
I'm such a bad.
Well,
I'm
not
so
my
terrible.
point exactly why Elden Ring like won or didn't win like a multiplayer award. I don't care about that, frankly. What I care is reaction of people. As for example, you have like a guy here that got like 1.4k upvotes that says that Elden Ring is not on my list of the multiplayer games, yeah? Or like you have another, some dude with way less upvotes, like, but we have here like the guy saying
I
why
don't have two
multiplayer in this
terribly
game sucks,
fuckballs
or
minis,
there's a
but I
guy
can
that
make
says
more.
that Elden Ring is a multiplayer question mark. I know it has some small multiplayer features, but not enough to call it a multiplayer
I'm not
game.
in the mood for
And that's
you,
honestly
sir.
a problem, because this is actually true that this game, like overall Souls games, you have like a shit tons of ignorant people that just ignore these multiplayer elements of the game and just call like freaking Souls games overall as a single player experience. And honestly, it's just kind of baffling, because these games are basically a fusion between like both multiplayer, single player, and even if you are playing practically exclusively single player, you are still utilizing so many elements of multiplayer. Like for example, let's say in Dark Souls
I was
1,
playing on a
on the
higher level
ground
for a
you have a
while.
white circles, yeah? And people are asking, what is
That in
that?
early
Yeah?
game broke me.
They are curious. What the hell are these white circles? And you know what they are? Those are places where someone in other worlds, in their worlds, used a miracle. And when you have this thing on the ground, you can see that on the miracle of the guy that just like sees this ring, yeah? There is like a circle. It essentially boosts your miracle in your world when someone used a miracle in their world. Like, these games have these multiplayer elements everywhere around.
shit.
And this is basically something that even a PvE gamer that is not bothered with co-op or PvP at all, still going to use to some extent. Like, you know, messages on the ground for one, or like the blood stains. You got the point, yeah?
I disagree, you can play this entire game offline.
Oh yes, you absolutely can. Point being is that if you are not interacting with any multiplayer elements, you still, like, technically, if you think you are not interacting, you in fact actually still can interact with them. Bro, like, speaking of Dark Souls 1, yeah, like in Dark Souls 1 you have freaking vagrants, yeah? The red version and the white version of the vagrants. And these little boys, these little dudes here, they are essentially actively existing because of your choices in your world. Like, if you dropped an item on the ground, maybe if you died in the like locations, certain location too many times,
RNG doesn't
these little
like me.
guys are going to spawn because of the fact that you did something in your world. You didn't actively interact with other players in the multiplayer, yeah? But your choices or how you play the game still matters for the experience of the another player. The multiplayer components of the game, you might ignore them. You can even play the game completely alone, disconnect yourself from any multiplayer whatsoever. But you are not going to play the full experience that is the Souls game. Because at the full experience, Souls games have these multiplayer mechanics as initial part of your overall Souls experience. It's just that like in Elden Ring, in comparison to another game, these multiplayer elements are the weakest. But yeah, like Souls games, like to clarify, Souls games have always been PvE-VP. I maybe wouldn't call them PvE-VP, but I would say that Souls games have always been somewhat of multiplayer games if you wanted to just experience the game to the fullest.
It's funny how the motto of Souls games has always been get good for a long time. Like, if you're struggling with the game, you just need to try again, get good, and face up to it, which...
I just want to point out that Elden Ring doesn't have this motto anymore, yeah? When you are going to look up promotional materials, let me see. In that brief over here, you have like information, what is Elden Ring, the genre-defining gameplay, create your character in From Software's refined action RPG, and define your playstyle by experimenting with a wide variety of weapons, magical abilities, and skills found throughout the world. Charge into battle, pick off enemies one by one using stealth, or even call upon allies for aid. Many options are at your disposal as you decide how to approach exploration and combat. Okay, do you see something here in particular? A lack of something, to be exact. There is zero information about hard difficulty of the game. You know, Souls games had its difficulty as like the main aspect of the games. Like every single Souls game was announced like another fucking hard and demanding action RPG by From Software. Elden Ring is not promoted like that. Elden Ring is not promoted as a hard game. It's still From Software's production, the way how they are making the games, just by default makes it like demanding. But Elden Ring on its own is actually not a game that tells you, well, you're supposed to actually be good. It's not the game that suggests you're supposed to overcome the challenges by getting better at the game, unfortunately. Elden Ring franchise is that casual franchise, is that accessible to everyone franchise. And a lot of, let's call it like, for lack of better word, veterans that played Souls games might find Elden Ring bafflingly like stupid to some extent when it comes to its design, but it's very often like comes into play because of the fact that this game actually is not supposed to be as challenging as Souls games. Funnily enough, when you are going to not use like Ashes of War and you're just gonna try to play the game like it would be a Souls game, Elden Ring is the most challenging Souls game anyway. It's just that, like, you know, the moment you are going to start using shield pokes, like endures, blood taxes or another stuff that is very good in the PvE, then like PvE getting trivialized.
Which is sorta what the developers intended since the release of Dark Souls. But when it comes to invasions, the discourse of the majority is not to get good. It's simply to get rid of them. It's like the moment a human factor is introduced into the mix, everyone suddenly gets
this is what I need to do to get the
People talk about how invasions ruin their experience with Elden Ring, when in reality invasions are part of Elden Ring. It's not that you are playing Elden Ring and some random goober entered your world with some third-party software. It's actually part of the whole package of the game. You are supposed to get invaded if you choose to do co-op. I think this antagonization of invaders and the portraying of invasions as an alien feature to the game is what eventually caused FromSoft to dilute them into a softer experience more and more with each game. And I find it really sad that the constant whining of some skill-impaired goobers who can't beat one player as a team of 2 or 3 has turned what could be a unique multiplayer experience with tons of death into a bastardized mockery of itself that's only there because of tradition. It won't matter how much FromSoft changes them to fit the crybaby needs of the casual player who plays the game for 1 month and never touches it again. It will never be enough for these people because they don't really like Souls games. They just like co-op experiences.
You like winning.
And this just ain't it. Listen, I know I'm making a ton of assumptions here, but they are based on observations I made on the community throughout the years. Balancing the game mode that brings longevity to the game after you have done everything in PvE around the people who only play Elden Ring once and never touch it again will never be a good idea. And I cannot even begin to tell you how demoralizing and indignant it can be when you are defeated by 3 people who barely know what they are doing. Players that will instantly crumble the moment they have to fight by themselves. It doesn't matter if we gave you the key to their house. You are still ill and deserve every disadvantage possible, so little Timmy will feel bad about not knowing how to properly play the game. And trust me, I know that it sounds a bit unhinged and maybe rude, but I will be lying if I told you that it's not hurtful, to be honest. It's a bit ironic that in a genre where skill and hard work is supposed to be rewarded, the player that is considered by the game as the most skillful, in this case the invader, is reduced to nothing more than a mere inconvenience that needs to be taken care of. Remember, invasions run on the assumption that the invaded player is the one that has less skill, while the invader is supposed to be the one that has more skill. So the developers decided to nerf you just to keep Timmy immersed in his power fantasy. And if this is how it's going to be from now on, honestly, just fucking get rid of invasions. They will be missed, but I'd rather them die now instead of having a future installment where every time you try to invade, a hand comes out of the fucking computer and just crushes your balls or something. Lo que poronga sea.
Honestly, I think I disagree with the last sentiment. Actually, if invasions would be incredibly hard to win, that it would actually require immense amount of skill and probably like not even skill, but mostly just luck and patience and so on. It could be potentially like even more interesting than what we currently have. Like currently invasions might end up, no matter how good of an invader you are, in split of the second, if you are going to just like, I don't know, like make like a one misstep, yeah, you're gonna get blended and killed in split of the second. That's what can happen. Like you had like many examples in my videos where that was happening, like, and it happens to everyone, no matter how good you are. That being said, in Elden Ring, you still can turn around and absolutely demolish potential like a group of the hosts, like with one proper like wave of darkness if you're lucky enough, yeah? If that wouldn't be possible and Invader really would have it insanely hard, it could be potentially like very painful experience. But for people like me that sometimes like, you know, fights like the same gang squad for like 2 days or trying to engage in helpless situations, like for example, we have like videos here on the channel where I fight a cheater. I like engaging into like what initially looks like impossible odds. So for me, for one, if invasions in another Souls entry would be even more brutal to what we have in Elden Ring, honestly, I probably would find joy in that to some extent.
Me too. Sekiro Online, let's go. Thank you, Luke. 10 out of 10. We love to see it. I can close it when
I don't even really know how to start this video. I've been staring at this blank Word document, trying to process...
What are you doing? Can you beat Demon Souls using throwing knives? Give me a minute, brother. Can you? Probably. Can I, like, listen to this person's actual moves, though? Oopers. Wasted. I didn't know that could break. Unlocked, because locked on is cursed. Thank you. Tits, brother, hold on. I should have not stopped this. Oh no. Heavy weapon. Heavy armaments. Medium load. Let's go. There we go. It was the one time I thought I'd fuck with that. It's fireballs? What fireballs? Also, it's not too weird that we can request her help even if you're maidenless. Like, it fits her story. She just wants to get to the base of the Erd tree. She doesn't give a shit. Like, she's not some, like, you know, Erd tree servitor. She's like a person, brother. That was early. I'm finally giving it like a few seconds of fuck around with. I don't know. It's not like terror bad, it's just I'm terror bad with it because I'm like treating it like a roll for distance when it's like a parry that doesn't parry. But their moves are so slow that this could be funny. Oopsies. See? I'm bad. Yikes. I'm using it like shit. Hold on. I want to just give myself a long sword that doesn't have any attunement, but I'm probably just going to grab the lightning one really fast. Yeah, I'll just grab the lightning one. Who cares? 1 second. I like my good old lightning babby. They're not perfect, but they're okay. What are you? Oh, you can stay. Yeah, you can stay. You're fine. Never mind, I misread what you had on you. You cannot stay. You know what? You're fine. I mean, what should really trip you out is, like, her around the frenzied flame ending, which is how you beat this game maidenless, bro. Oop. Yikes. Panic roll, let's go. Oh my shit, I am terrible. I wish I grabbed the lightning one, because I really thought that that was the other fire attack for a bit. And I misread. Miserably. Because I'm pretty sure that's on my dagger, and I can't duplicate ashes right now, so it's like a no shit. I probably should have noticed that. There we go. That would be... Oh no, that's parry. I don't know where they are. Never mind. Whatever. Who cares? What? I thought I went into that. Who cares? Fuck it. I kind of like their moveset. It's really, actually, here's the thing. I say I like it. It is absolutely everything I detest about early game Souls game when the moves are like slow and long and withdrawn. Except it's not like long wind-ups. It's just... And it's only an animation difference. Like, it's technically a long wind-up. It's not a long wind-up. brother. Absolutely yikes. Yeah, isn't that this? Isn't that just standard ass progression? Also, you say you didn't help her, but she's here. Bro, how come, what, dude, she's... What? Dude, she's a fucking shade. She's a non-corporeal being. She goes where you walk. Wherever you tread, she may be. What the fuck, dude? Like, bro, she travels with you to the Erd Tree while being invisible. What? Wasn't Margie bitch the one in our way? I forgot. Early. Terrible. Egregious. Level 4 weapon, let's go. Those late ass rolls. I'm not gonna be able to like focus on this man very much, so we're just gonna look at him a bit. I didn't think I was gonna pay attention to this man tonight, which is still very reasonable. I wanted to go with this particular axe, which is not a W move, and I also bumped our armor's weight up kind of significantly. I could drop it down though, like significantly hampering our terrible armor, but keeping with the fashion souls, ew. Where is it? Heavy still? I can like fashion us up from a different place. That's what I'm getting at. Gotta have the kneecaps protected. Or do purge this fight from my brain? Oh, bro. I don't care. Okay. Is this person? Oh, it's this person. If I summon her, does she give me an emote and can I send her back home afterwards? Can you give me an emote? Give me an emote. Give me an emote. Give me an emote. I'm kind of curious. Can you solo this man? There's no emote. I kind of want to see if she can solo him. Let her solo him. It's not gonna happen. I do want to watch her try though. Can I just sit right off the bat and just like chuckle? Thanks, buddy. Go get him. Come on, bud. Go get him. I believe in you. Dude, she is like a dickhead. Can I get her armor? Oh, he locked onto her. Nope, that's locked onto me. Oh, that's locked onto her. Early roll. Okay, but can she solo him? This is still my question here. Can I see her do damage? I don't know, man. Can she solo him? Let me solo him. I need you to do the thing so I can chuckle. Bruh. I want to laugh at this. I want to see her try. And then I want to go and fuck with this man. I need to giggle first. I need to guffaw. I need to have a laugh. Hold on. How do I want to do this? I want them to engage each other. And to leave me the fuck alone for like 10 minutes. Oh, little bro is looking right at me. Okay. This seems to work. Solo him. Solo him. Solo him. Okay, good. I'll make a break for the door. You keep him distracted. I'll get into the Erd Tree on my own. Ah, fuck. I wanted to sit on that. Let her solo him. She's doing okay. She can take more hits than me, so I need to change our bar out. She's a tank. Lil Bro is a hell of a damage motherfucker. Get off of me, bitch. Solo him. I said solo him. I said solo him. Did I misspeak? I said solo him. That Blade of Calling is a fucking horror. Okay, fine. Come kill me. I'm here for you. Early roll. She cannot solo him. This is not the summon sign of let me solo her. One could have had hope. I did have hope. It turns out to not be the way. Ooh, what the fuck is our other fire thingy on before I like get distracted? Oh, nothing. Okay, great. That makes sense. Why the fuck would it be? Where's Axe? Here's Axe. Here's baby Axe. There you go. $13.9. Play march slightly more, which makes sense. Everything's pretty balanced. Bess, what are you on about, brother? Make it make sense. What are you on about? Why does this not have one? What? Why is that not this? Why did I not do that? What is wrong with me? Anywho's, back to farming shit, because I'm really not awake enough for life right now. At all. I'm just chilling. I'm just having fun. I'm just getting things together before I get distracted. Why don't you go to the wiki and find out? Where is the person? It's not this man that she's blocked, that we're getting blocked by. It's purely the stuff out here. Okay, hold on. Mark this, don't forget. I wanted to check what boss was which, because I forget things, kind of, and that was like a tedious one to forget. Boop, 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 boop. I had to catch up a little bit and unlock the Land of Shadow. I needed the Land of Shadow, bro. I wanted the +2 fucking stamina thing. For what? I don't know. I'm used to wanting it and having a bigger health pool. So, yeah. It turns out, I don't have a place on the bar for it, and I don't have enough of a health pool to justify blowing that stamina, and also, I don't have enough of your moms. I don't have enough of any of your moms. That's a shame. I need to also touch this. I need to unlock I need to unlock the Colosseum so I can at least do some fucking, like, PvP from any arena and not just, like, the two. I can just walk behind this man. He doesn't give a shit. Bro, you know, I go to the DLC to get items that I want, right? Like, I'm gonna get backhand blades and just, like, roll around and do silly things when I'm farming level 1 stones to upgrade things to level 3. I unlocked the DLC map, because you should really get the fucking DLC. You already, like, have the thing. Yeah. You already did that. You just touched the fucking cocoon. It's really fucking not a lot of work. All you have to do is touch the cocoon. So you do a man in. I did his, like, little crony friend in, because I learned from all the lovely challenge runner people who made it very clear that I don't have to tank the damage of these. And I can just chill. And thanks fuck to them that my bitch ass didn't have to fucking, like, actively out-heal him, because that would have eaten butt. Unlocked the last one. We're good. And then I just run to the Land of Shadow. You touch the thing, you run to the Land of Shadow, you're good. You're done. Then you go get your fucking double turtle talisman, and anything else you want from the much expanded weapon art fucking sets, and the 3 different weapons types that exist, easily to grab from the fucking not that bad DLC. Inclusive of the fucking lion head, which you would love getting, because it gives you strength and dex. It's like so nice. It's like the fucking weird hats you were trying to get me to get. But it's like a mashup of them, instead of some weird shit. Did I do the Caelid one? Yeah, I did. I've done all the Colosseums now, right? Please don't tell me I went to do the Great Jar thing, but I didn't get that. Please, for the love of shit and shambles, bro. Please. No, you have to fight him and touch the cocoon. You can't touch the cocoon without that. What are you talking about? What are you doing? What? What the fuck are you talking about? What? Brother. It really doesn't matter with their level to have that extra health. It's whatever. Then I can still pack everything away at medium load. Even here? Sick. Then please tell me. This in PvE is pretty based. PvE, it's like really, really tasty. %94% resistance for that first hit. Oh, in PvE, it's bullshit. The second you go to fight people or you start your invasions, take that shit off. But in PvE, if you can keep your health topped off, that is 94% less damage per hit. And I'm not even wearing, like, big boss armor. I'm just kind of chilling. There it is. I forgot what does that. Well, whatever. Did I unload them or something silly? What the fuck? What did I do? How did they just drop dead behind me? Did I unload their ass? What? The one thing I wanted to do that I didn't get around to is there should be a viable, little Lord of Mogging cheese that lets you just cast heal and fall through a crack and just eternally fall until the map unloads and then he falls to his death. And I didn't get to do that, and I kind of wanted to fuck with that because it looks hilarious. Oh, I have to walk to it because I can't do duels. Do I have to go to the fucking... Is it because I don't have Caelid? I must not have Caelid. What? I must have fucked it up. I must have. Is there really no fucking closer fucking... Oh my gosh. This is not the well I wanted. This is not the well you intended to go to. This is not the map location you intended to go. Yeah, it is. Why am I rolling when I do that? Am I misclicking? Am I like... I'm letting go of that by accident. Okay. 90% less damage for that first hit. And the regen stays with us, and we miss a lot of the first hit. So that, boom, right? And then, while we're at full, boom. Once we're hit, it goes down to like 24. Second, we're full. It's there. Oh, it's 3. It's the bubble tier is also contributing. I kind of forgot that's how that works. I'm a fucking goofball. But still, that's like nearly 50% less. It's not great. It's not terrible though. It is free. See, that could have killed me. But we have a lot less damage. Though that is magic and physical, I think, not just one or the other. I thought I was too far. Lame. I can't click buttons today. Oh no. Are you done? Are you just looking that way? Thank you. They're too busy to hit me now. We can just walk it out. They're now distract. Right here. Yeah. Then cut those dudes off my butthole. Did I miss a grace? Please don't tell me that this is the closest one. I'm distracted. I mean, no shit, I'm distracted. I'm me, dude. Ball, free. Free mats. Hit that tree, please. Thank you. Oh, I wanted small bones. God damn it. Ooh. These men are not making sense right now. They are making dollars though. Oh, lame, funny, haha. Hi. I must have not touched this one. Like, I must have fucked that part up and just not touched it. Lollips, I need this one. Common beast. Hey, great job. Hope you're well, friendo. I genuinely hope someone gets stuck with my shade and they just get stuck rolling it. There's duel. There we go. I have to walk all the way here. There is no fucking close by fucking site of grace, is there? Fucking ass. Sites of grace thing, because like if I were just in the, if I had round table hold, I could just TP here. Looking, checking, Caled Coliseum. Can I get just the map, please? The closest one is the Sapphire one. God damn it. Oh, Deep Sapphire Well is the closest. God damn it. That's sad. That's fucking pathetic. Let me check again. Sites of Grace, lit up on the map. Yeah, nope, that's the closest one. Saffra well. Okay, fuck it. It looks like I am not moving my character from here for a hot minute, dude. Changing bar. I hate having that Ash of War on here. I regret this already. I feel like a piece of shit. Was it these pants? I was using scaled still, because I think they look cute with everything. And these are like, whatever. I mean, it is like, oh, wait, hold on. This can stay. This is fine. But that other one is Garbo. We'll go here. GG still? GG. Hold on. Boop it down one. That's why. Ugh. Drop you? No? Drop you. Okay. We'll just hard swap shit. What else do I want? Sword. Sword. Or, actually no, hold on. I'll take fists if I don't like this. That's an easy one to go to. That's an easy backup, babe. Let's go. I regret that I have fucking this garbage skill on my bar. But who cares? Ooh, Spirit Ashes, what? Can I not turn these off? What? Can't you turn the... What? What? I'll take it. I guess I don't give a fuck. God damn it. I'm not getting level 1 invasions. I'm doing whatever I can. It'll place me with someone near my weapon level. It'll be fine. Don't I have the hat that I like? Wait, no? Hold on. Do I have the hat I like? I do have the hat I like. Okay. This is my favorite hat. This is off Peak Fashion Souls. Peak Fashion Souls for us today. I think it works. I think we fucking rock it. I want the veterans pants, but I have to be able to go to the Finger Maiden to get the veterans pants. Brother, you are close to losing my ass for level 1 PvP, because I want to be a helpful blue and help people who want to, like, for maidenless. Goddamn. Like, because the things that I want to do are cut off as fuck from me. I can just start it over. I had fun doing stuff. But I want to be a helpful blue if there is anything to do. I could test it on another character, I guess, and see if it actually is as, like, popping off as I think it would be. That's fine. I can do that later. I can just, like... Because, like, level 1's whatever about it. Like, who cares? It's at the weapon level. I really shouldn't put it above 3. Because then I get placed with weapon level 0, so I can go help out weapon level 0 babes. And I can also go up to 7, like who I'm fighting. I guess that's the difference between me and you. Just proclivity for PvP, and you can drive a vehicle. What's the difference between me and you? A penchant for PvP, and you can drive a vehicle. Lol. 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 I don't care about this PvE shit right now. I do want to go be a helpful blue, and I'm under the impression that maybe I can do that. I could just go make a character and go try, but like... then I'd have to get all the arenas unlocked. And that wouldn't be like the worst thing. I can like make a character, grab torrent, go grab some shit. It's not like it's that bad. And then as soon as I get to like round table, I'll be able to like go check. I can get the blue thingy, the blue talisman. It'll be the weekend. I can go scout it out. That sounds pretty okay. I can go like creep on shit and see what's going on instead of just like hoping. And that could be what's up. Ooh, holy shit. I didn't have enough speed. Oh god damn it. What? Oh, I'm bleeding it off too fast. Garbage. Garbage. Oh my gosh, garbage. Garbage. I have to land on the back to have enough speed to do this. It's because I need enough footfalls to pull it off. Like, alternatively, I could just turn more patiently. But then if I'm not at the back, then it's a little bit of a chore. Oh no, I can just tighten that angle. Okay. Oops, I fucked it up again. Titties, bro. If it doesn't allow spirit ashes, because I never click allow spirit ashes. I don't like those fucking goober ass motherfuckers. West Capitol Ramparts, my guys. Woo wee. I need to take my contacts out in a minute. Goddamn, bro. I can change my Ash of War right now. I can change it. I'm close enough. I can change this shit. Quick step. Still kind of shit, but I'd rather it. I'd rather this kind of shit than the other kind of shit, you know? Okay, cool. I don't even like these pants as much as the scaled, honestly. They're just, like, better. Fashion. It may not totally go with the hat, which is true. Veterans pants would be the win. I need the veterans pants. Like, everything else aside from the veterans pants is kind of shitty. This is just straight to Noble's trousers. It's not doing it. Nope. Consort's trousers kind of works with the gauntlets, but nope. Nope. This is the best tweet. What about this? No, it doesn't look shiny. It looks marred. Shit, dude. Well, here we go. Does this dude just not give a flying fuck as long as they have music? That's wild. Bro, I get that. I'm also like that. If you just give me fucking music, I'll shut the fuck up and be a happy bitch. Just shame Twitch doesn't let me have music when I do shit. I need to swap for this little jaunt. Take it. Fine, this is actually a good choice. My Perry Gambit life. Can they even see me? Because their flail ass things can't, like, I can't parry that anyway. Sure, good enough. Ashes prohibited. Duels. Yes. Thank you. Yes. I'll take it. Best. Yes. I need the Finger Maiden. Not the Finger Maiden. I need the fucking nice person that gives me, like... I don't need them, but I want the nice person that gives me another fucking slot. Because if I'm not doing PvE type shit, then I know what I want to do. Do I even have the fucking blue feather thingy-ma-do? I don't. Okay, I should get that next. That's like some random PvE farm type shit. Okay. And we wait.
That's what I went through with this run. This was something. Terrible and tedious in many ways, wildly viable in others. Was it good? Was it bad? I almost don't even know at this point. My mind feels completely fried from the whole experience. One thing I can say is this is by far the longest I've ever worked on a run for. I started this in July. This has been brewing in the oven for literally months. A vile...
Hold that thought. I'm just creeping. Hold that thought. Oh my shit.
We got a Nigerian super chat. Let's take a look here. Nigerian super chat is only 27 cents. So I don't even count it. It doesn't even register on the Richter scale for me. So that's just a waste of time. Oh, now we got a Nigerian gifted membership. Are you kidding me? What is that worth? Like 2 cents? Are you kidding me? A Nigerian membership? Come on, that doesn't count. It doesn't count.
Well, guys, we're back. The man we're talking about today, the last time I made a video on him, I genuinely, truly believe that would be the last time I ever spoke the man's name, even had to hear about him. And still, even as I'm talking about it right now, I can't believe that that's not the case. I can't believe we're back. If by the thumbnail and the title, you don't know who I'm talking about yet, you poor motherfucker, I'm really sorry to do this to you. Genuinely. Wish I could go back in time and slap the bastard who introduced me to this man, and you're probably gonna wish the same on me, so apologies in advance. Yeah, we're talking about Darkside Phil again. Now, unfortunately for us, we've talked about Darkside Phil a couple of times on this channel, always for the same thing, and well, it's the same thing we're talking about today. Now, if you don't know who Darkside Phil is, aka DSP Gaming, really, all you need to know is that he's a washed-up streamer who used to kind of be successful on YouTube. He was one of the early adopters of the whole Let's Play format, used to actually pull in pretty good views, but as YouTube often goes, trends change, things get more modern, people get left behind. And Phil got left behind. However, as you might understand, Phil did not really want to leave behind the life that he had created for himself through YouTube, you know, playing video games for money, and instead of, you know, maybe modernizing the content, trying to put out stuff more like what most people are watching these days, Phil took a different path. Instead of changing anything about his content, Mr. DSP Gaming came to the obvious conclusion that he is perfect, his content is perfect, nothing needs to be changed there. What he needs to start doing is berating and verbally assaulting the very, very, very small audience that he has left, constantly begging them for money and then complaining like a child when they don't give him enough of it. And as sad and pathetic as it is, that is genuinely all this 42-year-old man is known for anymore. He's basically just a lol cow these days, has been for a long time actually, with what seems to be like half his audience just watching him to make fun of him, and the other half having some like weird Stockholm Syndrome-esque type relationship with him. Because for some reason, even though this guy is like a top 10 most insufferable human on the planet, there's a non-insignificant amount of people out there who give this guy money regularly. However, even when people are doing just that after he begs and begs and begs and begs for it, sometimes for Phil, it's still not enough. And just as was the case twice before in the past, that is exactly why we're here today. Recently, on stream, Darkside Phil pretty mercilessly mocked one of his viewers for donating in Nigerian naira because Phil deemed the converted amount to not be enough, even though the donation amount was a pretty significant chunk of change when you take into context the local economy. Not that that should really even matter, because when your job is to beg on the internet, you should be kind of grateful for anything anybody decides to give to you. However, if you know Phil, if you've ever seen any of his streams, you would know how laughable asking that of him would be. However, I've been yapping for like 3 minutes. Genuine apology. I'm just gonna show you the clips. Please subscribe.
But we got to hit 50 goals, right? Right now we're at 42. We get another goal tonight, we'll be at 43, and then we get closer and closer. So I figure the earliest we can do this is Sunday. Like if let's say we hit a goal tonight, 2 tomorrow, 2 Friday, right? Then we'd be so close that maybe we could even do it on Sunday. Because remember, Saturday's my day off. If we hit extra goals, we might do it, you know, we might get it going. But we'll see how it goes tonight. Please support the stream tonight if you can. I appreciate everyone who does.
Alright, so I thought it'd be fun to just include that little starting bit there. Yeah, this guy is a streamer who holds his shitty content hostage behind donations. The guy wants money, yet he won't even do like the bare minimum that a streamer is expected to do to get donations. He genuinely is like, I'm not gonna play video games for you guys until you give me enough money, okay? So, chomp chomp. I find it really funny though how he says that he appreciates anybody who donates. He would eat those words if he had any self-awareness, but, you know.
I thank you in advance for anything. Any contributions appreciated. Super chats, memberships, subs, tips, all great, all right? Let's get our first contribution in right now. Let's get it started, all
Alright, so we'll jump to the good stuff now, but I just wanted to show this unless you've never seen this guy. Like, I'm really not exaggerating. This is all that his streams are. Yeah, he plays some games occasionally, but literally, all he does is beg. Who is watching this guy? I have no fucking clue. Like, I get it if you're watching him to laugh at him, that's one thing, but the people who are actually giving this guy money, I don't know. That's crazy work.
Alright, let's get our first contribution in. As small or as big as it can be. Let's get one in and then we'll begin with the game. Let's get one thing going to get momentum started. Who's gonna be the very first person to hit the leaderboard tonight? You know what they say. When it comes to contributions, strike first and strike hard. There you go. No mercy. No limits. No mercy and no limits.
What?
That's right.
Alright, I'm gonna stop making promises because I just have to show you guys the sadness that is this man. Like, look, brother, I get it. Being a YouTuber is a pretty fucking sweet gig. The day I have to go back to working a real job, it's gonna be bad for me, okay? But I mean, like, come on, man. You're not even trying. Like, obviously, you still have somewhat of a community. People are giving you money for some reason. Just be a normal content creator and you'd probably be better off than doing this.
We got a Nigerian super chat. Let's take a look here.
Alright, fun little game for you guys. What do you think he's taking a look at here? A, the name of the person who kindly donated him money. B, the message that the person sent who donated their hard-earned money to this man. Or C, the conversion rate of Nigerian Naira to USD. Take a guess.
So your 400 Nigerian super chat is only 27 cents. So I don't even count it. It doesn't even register on the Richter scale for me. So that's just a waste of time.
Alright, so obviously there's a lot wrong with what this fucking weasel just said. For a person to be inclined to donate to a guy like you, Phil, and say something as nice as let's get some support for the marathon, for you to say it means nothing, it doesn't count for anything, that's fucking insane. Secondly, while 27 cents might not be a lot of money in America, 400 Naira in Nigeria is not an insignificant amount of money. I've been doing some research and the numbers are kind of all over the place. But I read like a dozen Reddit threads and it seems like the average monthly salary in Nigeria is like $10 to $20, which if we split it down the middle, say 15, that's about 23,000 Naira, which means if you're taking home about 23,000 Naira a month and you donate 400 to somebody, that's like 2% of your monthly income that you just handed off to some fucking loser. That's pretty significant. I mean, if we extrapolate that to the United States, where I think the average full-time salary is like 62 grand or something, if you donated 2% of your monthly income, that's a donation of over $100. Now I used the Reddit numbers because all the other sources were all over the place, but even if the average salary is actually double or even triple that, that's still a significant donation. Not that it should matter at all. You should appreciate the support of somebody no matter how much it financially benefits you. But for Phil to be like, oh, that's useless, that's nothing, when that very well could have been that guy's like entire day's pay, what a fucking loser.
No, Nigerian contributions are welcome. They just have to be like $1 or more. I don't shout out anything under $1 at all. That's a waste of time.
What went wrong in this man's life? Like, genuinely.
I say thank you for a
call
bit.
somebody
That shit
giving
killed
you
me.
money for sitting on your ass being one
thank you
of
for
the
just hanging
least
out.
entertaining people
Dude.
I have ever
What?
personally witnessed in my entire life. A waste of time. I don't think
I need to take them out. They're cozy so far.
self-aware human
They're like
in my
way more
entire
clear
life.
than the
I mean, my
fucking
brother in Christ,
ones
you are
that needed to be
42 years
replaced.
old. You're about halfway there, my friend.
Like the
About
others were just
50%
due
through
for a
this
replacement
campaign,
anyway.
if you're
Like they were so
lucky.
old.
And this is
They
what
were
you're
getting hard
doing,
to see from.
spending your
The
days
fresh ones, it's
whining
so
on the
clear.
internet because people aren't giving you enough money for
So
doing
you just
nothing.
pop them
I
out
mean,
in a
holy
minute.
shit, I'm being honest.
So
I can't
clear to
imagine
see,
a
though.
sadder
It's perfect.
existence.
I
I'm
love it.
sorry. It's not even really meant to be mean. I'm just being objective. I don't think it gets sadder than that.
Oh, that's right. You guys want me to do the pose? Oh, I forgot all about this. People want me to do it. Are you ready? So, all right, how about this? Let's get one contribution of each type. Let's get one super chat, one membership, and one sub right now. Right now.
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I'm starting to understand why people might watch this guy. Like, not the half that gives him money, the other half, because my goodness, does it make you feel good about yourself. You guys ever seen Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs? You know the guy who does like the baby pose and he thinks it's cute and he can't understand that everybody
They hit
around
each
him
other.
is laughing at him, not with him, and they just think he looks stupid? Yeah. Life imitates art.
Nigerian currency is called Nairas. I don't care. They're not worth much. So.
I need to
Oh, now we
change
got a
my contacts
Nigerian
out, though.
gifted membership. Are you kidding me? What is that worth? Like 2 cents? Are you kidding me? A
Bro,
Nigerian
that's $7
membership?
fucking
Come on.
dollars. You
A
fucking
Nigerian
shit
membership.
fuck. That's $7 fucking dollars. That is
That doesn't
more than
count.
people pay for
It doesn't
food.
count. It doesn't. I'm sorry.
Okay, I can't
You're a
watch any
shithead.
more of this shit. It's just next level shit here, guys. Every time I watch this guy, every time I make a video on him, I just feel
My man.
myself like getting angrier with him as a human. I can understand how a person like this exists.
That shit is
okay,
7
Phil
fucking
existing
even.
as a
Are
human
you
doesn't
fucking
really
twisted?
surprise me. What baffles me though, what really blows my dick off,
You
is that there are
fucking
people out
shithead.
there who genuinely support this guy. They really send him real life dollars or naira. Why? Like what? Why are you doing this? I am begging you, stop
looking for this for,
supporting
like,
this man.
a long
He's
time.
42 years old. He's a big boy. He
I
can
don't
take
think I
care
want
of
smoke with
himself
this.
in a
There's two
way
of them
that is
together.
not begging for money from strangers on the internet. I think it would really do him some good. Well, guys, what do you think? What's your explanation? Why
Good
do you think
early.
anybody gives this guy money? At this point, I don't even
Alright,
care about
fine.
Phil as a concept. Like I said, we know why people like that exist. I feel like every time I make a video like this, I just end up wondering, why do the people that support him exist more than anything? If you're a person who like gives Phil
like watching
money
them fuck each other
regularly
up.
or like
It's
ever,
hilarious.
actually, again, formal
think it's
request
bitch
for you to
better.
stop, but also I'd like an explanation as to why. Like, this guy does not care about you. He just sees you as a dollar sign, and he doesn't even make content. Like, what are you giving him money for? Do you just feel bad? Maybe that's it. Maybe they just feel bad. I don't fucking know. I don't
They
like
wanna
talking about
pity
this guy.
fucking
It ruins my
JK.
fucking day, man. Anyways, hopefully you don't want to slap me like I said you probably would in the beginning of the video. Wishful thinking. See ya.
Are death birds at night only? Oh, god damn it. I'm about to just assume they're night only. Hold on. I'm breaking the veil for myself. And I'm gonna head out after I get death bird stuff. Cause I can. Well, because I ought to take care of myself, because I hurt myself some days, you know? At night, god damn it, it said at night right there. Holy shit, me not reading. Alright, let me go pop my contacts out while we fucking... I hate to be this bitch. I'm gonna AFK react to you. Night rain glitches. Uploaded 5 hours ago. Here's the link to what we're watching, because I did actually fuck up on the last one. Blandly just a link in the timestamps this time, I'm so sorry. Let me go start this, pop my contacts out quick as I can. I'll be right back. Then I'm headed out after this, so ha, eat my asshole.
I was invited to take part in the network test for Elden Ring Night Rain, and like everyone else, I was left with some conflicting thoughts. The game is not the next installment of the quote-unquote Souls series, nor is it even a sequel to Elden Ring itself. It's an always-online multiplayer spin-off that is closer to a randomizer minigame than a traditional FromSoft RPG. In fact, I've heard a lot of people describe Night Rain as feeling like something you might have downloaded from Nexus mods, and you know, for better or worse, yeah, I think that's an accurate description. This game is fun, make no mistake about it, but it's equal parts good ideas and jank, which I guess is something we need to explore. This is a glitch video after all, right? Well, sort of. In this video, I'll be showcasing the exploits I found during my time with the network test, rest assured, but I also want to take this opportunity to talk about why I likely won't make a glitch video for the full release of Night Rain when it drops on May 30th, but also why I think Night Rain represents a bright future for FromSoft, and perhaps even a return to form. Drop in Limveld. We've got a lot to talk about. This video is sponsored by Henson Shaving, the lifestyle brand whose mission it is to make shaving healthier. Full disclosure, Henson did not contact me for the sponsorship. I've been using a Henson razor for months already and liked it so much I contacted them and asked if they wanted to become a channel sponsor. The razor I've been using is called the AL13, and not only will it last your entire lifetime, it's scientifically proven to cause less skin irritation than its competitors. The AL13 accepts any standard single-use disposable razor blade and then bends it to a precise 30-degree angle to prevent the blade from digging into your skin. Not only is this the most comfortable shaving experience I've ever had, it's also the cheapest, costing me less than 10 cents per shave, since the razor itself never has to be replaced. Check out the links in the pinned comment or video description if you'd like to make the switch and pick up an AL13 for yourself. I genuinely cannot recommend it enough. Thanks to Henson for the sponsorship, and for making a high-quality product that I'm happy to get behind. Simple as.
Hi again. Contacts pop out time.
Despite sharing the name Elden Ring, the core gameplay loop of Night Rain is radically different. So let's talk about what's changed. Mechanically, it's a battle royale where you drop on an island with randomly spawned items and enemies to scavenge for equipment before the circular safe area closes around you. Huh, you know, it somehow feels like I've played a game like that before.
There we go.
Or 20 of them. The key difference being that in Night Rain, you aren't fighting other players, you're fighting enemies and bosses from various Souls games. And I do mean Souls games, not just Elden Ring itself. Over the course of the next 15 to 20 minutes, the titular rain will close in, covering more and more of the island, disabling the sites of grace you've unlocked, and inflicting damage over time if you find yourself trapped within it. Once the safe area reaches its smallest size, a boss will spawn, along with a wave of smaller enemies, and once these are defeated, the rain will retreat, the full island will become accessible again, and the entire process will repeat itself. Each of these waves are referred to as days in-game, so you start on day 1, defeating your first boss marks the beginning of day 2, and then after the second boss is defeated, a portal appears with the prompt, travel into the spirit shelter, which takes the team into an entirely different map for the third and final day. It is here that you fight the final boss of the expedition, the outcome of which determines if your run was ultimately a success or a failure. There was only one day 3 boss in the network test, Gladius, Beast of Night, also referred to as the Tricephalos by the expedition menu in the Roundtable Hold. Essentially, it's a Cerberus with a big God of War style chainsword that it whips around to crowd control players. After enough time passes, it will split itself up into 3 individual wolves, so that your team of 3 is forced to either each fight one individually, or allow multiple to gang up on a single teammate, which, as you might imagine, is less than ideal. I managed to take down Gladius a few times, but I also had just as many devastating losses to this thing. It is both a very difficult and a very fun fight, and it gets a big thumbs up from me. Whether you defeat it, or all 3 members of the team get down simultaneously, the end result is the same. The expedition ends, your rune level and equipment are reset, and you are sent back to the Roundtable Hold.
Hold on.
The expedition ends, your rune level and equipment are reset, and you are sent back to the Roundtable Hold. But it's not only the mechanics borrowed from battle royales and roguelikes that makes Night Rain stand out the most from its predecessors. It's the fact that in this game, you don't create a character, you select one. There were 4 playable characters in the network test.
Sekiro, was
Wilder,
that you?
Guardian, Duchess,
Sekiro,
and
was that you?
It's pretty standard practice for FromSoft to give us a set of pre-made characters to play with during a network test. That's how it was done with every test from Dark Souls 2 to Dark Souls Remastered. I should know, I was part of all of them. But in this case, these 4 pre-designed characters will carry over into the final release, as there will be no character creator present in Night Rain. Far more than simple starting classes, each of these characters have 3 unique abilities, one that is passive, one that is active with a short cooldown mapped to triangle plus L2, and one that is active with a long cooldown, which they refer to as the character's ultimate art, mapped to triangle plus R2. This is generally something not present in battle royales at all, and is instead more reminiscent of hero shooters like Overwatch or Valorant. So I'm really surprised to see it here, but I actually ended up liking its implementation. Things like Wilder's grappling hook, which quickly pulls him to enemies or parts of the environmental geometry, and the Guardian's ultimate art, which gains an insane amount of vertical height before dive bombing back into the ground, are both begging to be used to clip out of bounds somewhere. And I actually spent a significant portion of my allocated network test time attempting to do just that in the Roundtable Hold. Unfortunately, to little success, which is a shame given how small of a portion of the Roundtable was actually accessible during the network test. I would have loved to have clipped through some of these invisible barriers and gotten a preview of what this area will look like in the final release.
They made those go so
While
far
only 4
back
characters were available in the network test, 8 will be released in the full game, with the potential for more to be added as DLC, since we know there will be at least 1 DLC pack coming later.
Nice.
From has been pretty hush-hush about most of these other characters, but Bandai Namco has given us a gigantic tease about the 5th one, which I haven't seen nearly enough people talking about. His given name is Iron Eye, and it appears he's holding a bow while wearing some sort of shingled armor, with maybe a big quiver or possibly even a great bow on his back.
Right?
This is presumably a dedicated ranger, which I think most people agree that up until now has been very hard to make viable in Souls games. With this being the case, I tested out bows just a bit in Night Rain with some of the characters I had access to, and they behaved just like they do in Elden Ring.
Well,
in other words,
classes have different
not good
operations for certain things.
It is worth mentioning that there were no arrows or bolts found at all in the network test. Equipping a bow or crossbow automatically gave you infinite ammo for the given weapon, which is an indirect buff to bows at least. While I would love nothing more than for a dedicated archer character to exist, it seems like the combat style will be forced to rely heavily on his unique abilities in order to be viable. So, we'll see how Iron Eye performs after the full game releases. Speaking of new abilities, the player's controls have been revamped slightly as well. Torrent is not present in Night Rain, and to make up for his absence, all characters were given a much faster sprint, triggered by clicking in the left analog stick. Make no mistake, this is not a replacement for the traditional sprint you can do in any Souls game by holding down the dodge button. That's still in the game. The sprint map to L3 is an entirely different animation and a completely different movement speed. This took me a while to get used to, but after an hour or two it felt far more natural to click in the left stick to run than it does to hold circle. And now I'm wondering why this hasn't been the default running control scheme for every game since Demon's Souls. Man, imagine the saved medical bills from not needing claw corrective surgery. Taking a closer look at it, I'm fairly certain this new running animation was lifted directly from Sekiro, which also explains the speed. Wolf isn't known for being exactly slow, after all. Supporting evidence for this theory is the fact that all characters in Night Rain also have the ability to kick off of walls for additional height by pressing the jump button once again in midair.
I want the Sekiro movement. I've been saying that since we heard about it, and I've been excited.
And just like Wolf, these characters can grab the edges of platforms to pull themselves up, though this is a process that happens automatically in Night Rain. The fact that this new movement tech has been integrated into a game with Elden Ring in the name, as well as the fact that it has been meshed with traditional Souls-style combat so effortlessly, is a great sign that FromSoft isn't afraid to continue innovating, even when experimenting with spin-off titles. And I'm not joking when I say that I hope both the sprint on L3 and the wall jumping become standard practice for every game they release moving forward. It feels that good. In terms of the glitch potential, if you've seen my glitch video for Sekiro, you likely already know how exploitable these two movement abilities are, being used for several, albeit difficult, skips in the Sekiro 80% speedrun that allow the player to avoid fighting certain bosses and access areas of the game sooner than originally intended. The fact that these movement abilities are now a part of Night Rain all but guarantees that similar exploits could emerge in this game as well. But if and when they do, will they actually be beneficial in the same way? In a Battle Royale game? I'm not so sure. Demon's Souls, Dark Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Elden Ring, all these games have the same ultimate goal. Reach the end of the game, defeat the final boss, watch the credits roll. All these games have their own unique glitches, so how you go about exploiting each one is unique and different and interesting. But the end goal is still the same. Night Rain, on the other hand, does not share this end goal. There is no quote-unquote final boss, and there are no areas to be locked out of. Immediately upon landing in Limfeld, we have free reign to go everywhere and do anything already. So there's no unintended jump to make or late game ledge to reach that would be beneficial and constitute a sequence break. Case in point, Dark Souls speedrunner Regal accidentally triggered the top-down camera glitch during the network test, which, as you know, is extremely powerful in older FromSoft games because it disables the loading of new actors and therefore allows skipping into late game areas early. But because Night Rain is not a linear game and areas are accessed via menus and a network connection, there is nowhere to take this glitch, and performing it here becomes totally useless. Here's another example. Parry dropping is possible in Night Rain since the parry and riposte animations are shared across both it and Elden Ring, but there isn't much use in performing a glitch to ignore fall damage in a game that doesn't have any fall damage in the first place, now is it? Which, by the way, FromSoft, just so you know, now that you've given us a taste of what your games could be like with no fall damage, you can never put it back in any game ever again.
I like fall damage.
The closest thing we have to a final boss in Night Rain is whatever is found within the Spirit Shelter on day 3 of an expedition. And since the Spirit Shelter constitutes its own dedicated map separate from the island, you might consider the potential for a wrong warp to take us there. But let's not forget the fact that Night Rain is always online and that you will always have cooperators in your party.
One area, right?
You can forget about executing a wrong warp in the traditional way they're done in Elden Ring, since any disconnect from the network will immediately end your expedition and send you back to the Round Table Hold. So it's not that Night Rain doesn't or won't have glitches. All games have glitches. It's that we have to reevaluate how we use them in order to extract any advantage out of performing them in this game. Night Rain may have Soul-style combat, but at its core, it is not a Souls game. The barrier to the end boss of a given run is not a physical location, it's time. And as a result, the general tone of the exploits used in Night Rain will likely manifest more as small optimizations that allow players to be more time efficient during their runs, and less as these sorts of visually flashy, game-breaking skips that cut out half the game's runtime in a single glitch. So, with that being the case, let's talk about the sorts of glitches that would be useful in a game like Night Rain. One I triggered almost immediately and continuously took advantage of over the course of the network test was yet another returning glitch from Sekiro. Because most of the enemies found in Night Rain are copied and pasted directly from Elden Ring, we can predict some of their behavior. If we use the wall jump ability to kick off from a tall enemy to gain an amount of height not possible in vanilla Elden Ring, and quickly press R1, it's possible to trick the game into thinking we drop down from above, executing a plunging attack, rather than a standard aerial swing.
Thought it would be funny.
This obviously deals a ton of damage without ever requiring the player to climb up to some specific part of the environment and drop down from above, as originally intended. This is essentially the return of the Corrupted Monk glitch from Sekiro, which also was an exploit of the same wall-kicking mechanic. Although the Corrupted Monk herself can't be kicked against for additional height, parts of the environment can, and if Wolf does this to reach a level of verticality that wasn't thought to be possible in her very flat arena, the boss can be insta-killed by abusing a plunging attack script that was left present in the Corrupted Monk's actor, but intended to be used during the second encounter with her later in the game, where verticality is present.
Actually just hilarious.
In the case of Night Rain, the immediate use case I thought of for this glitch is to one-shot the Flaming Chariot bosses since they explode after a plunging attack has been executed on them, but this exploit can be performed on any enemy that has both the ability to be kicked up like a wall and has a dedicated plunging attack animation associated with it.
Also, my death was
pathetic. I mean, even if they don't explode, you'll still be dealing massive damage, right? Because Flame Chariots in particular were killed so easily with this method, I always prioritized fighting them by looking for camps on the map with a fire icon, which can be cleared and looted in a matter of a few seconds. Once again, time efficiency proves to be the most advantageous. In terms of useful glitches that might emerge in the future, the far and away most beneficial one I can think of is a rune duplication glitch. Runes are in short supply in Night Rain, and leveling up as quickly as possible is extremely important to the overall successful run. Unlike vanilla Elden Ring, you don't allocate points into dedicated stats. Instead, you simply pay a certain amount of runes to raise your overall character level, which raises all of your stats inverse proportionally. You start out at level 1, and the maximum level is only 15, if that gives you any clue about how much of a difference a single level makes. Going from 1 to 2 doubles your HP, for example. Because the only barrier to leveling is having the required runes, a potential rune duplication glitch could be used to take a character to the maximum level of 15 upon finding your first Site of Grace at the very beginning of a run. Not only would this have massive benefits to your overall damage output and negation, but certain weapons you find also have level requirements associated with them, which, in a battle royale, is...
in that mix
well, that's certainly a choice.
Was fucking weird.
Being able to immediately level to 15 via a glitch would mitigate the number of times you carry around a legendary weapon for the entire expedition without ever collecting enough runes to use it, which, believe me, does happen. Unfortunately, a rune duplication glitch has yet to ever be discovered in Elden Ring, much less in Night Rain, where the amount of menus and equipment you'd have access to in order to set a potential exploit is far more limited. So, I wouldn't hold my breath. Realistically, the way a game-breaking glitch would likely emerge in Night Rain is something equivalent to the chainsaw glitch from Elden Ring or the bow glitch from Dark Souls 3.
I just want to be silly.
Something that layers attack animations to create an insane damage output never intended to be possible, and ultimately one-shot bosses and enemies. With this game being an always-online multiplayer experience, this would raise all sorts of ethical issues regarding the use of glitches to exploit other people's games who never consented to have the video game they paid for with their own money played for them by someone else, essentially. Look, you know I have no moral qualms about performing exploits. I believe that if you own a game, you have the right to do anything you like with it. The way I've always seen it is that if you look up one of my videos and use the glitches I teach to skip through an entire game and then never play it again, that's a skill issue, and that's on you. But that also doesn't describe most of the people who make up this audience. Most people who are interested in glitches, myself included, have already 100%ed the game in question, and know it like the back of their hand already. The point of doing a glitch playthrough is to discover new things to love about a game you already love, not ruin your first experience. But this places Night Rain in an awkward position. Can this game ever truly be 100%ed? Certainly not in the traditional sense. I mean, I'm sure it will have achievements and everything, but the point of this game is to have fun online interactions with other people and make friends while playing Souls, not showing off how get good you can be at fighting Soldier of Godric. If you'd like to use glitches to cheat your way through Night Rain, I'm totally cool with that. I have an entire channel dedicated to cheating, after all. The part I'm not cool with is the fact that whenever you exploit an online game, you always have the possibility of cheating through someone else's first experience, who may just want to play the game normally for a while to learn how the mechanics are supposed to work. The last thing I want to see is this game develop some sort of chainsaw glitch meta, where players forcibly disengage from the mechanics that make it unique because their teammates are one-shotting everything with exploits. And that brings me to my final point about Night Rain, which is, guys, this game really isn't meant to be taken that seriously. I've been seeing constant complaints online about how Night Rain is a cheap cash grab that hasn't had the same amount of time and effort put into it as other games in FromSoft's library. And to that I say, yeah, duh. The point of Night Rain is absolutely to make quick cash to fund larger projects going on behind the scenes at FromSoft right now. That's why the game is made of remixed Elden Ring assets, that's why the full game release is happening so soon after the original announcement, and that's also why I think this game is such good news for the future of FromSoft as a
Can we
company.
get Dark Souls 3 remaster with the jump mechanics from Sekiro, please?
It would be free to download. There would be cosmetic microtransactions. The characters would be locked behind paywalls or a gacha slot machine.
That'd be so legit,
there would be a
bro.
battle pass with multiple seasons, and it would be a live service game that From would simply maintain forever and never need to release another game again. I could list off a dozen game studios that have followed that same exact path, because like it or not, it's insanely profitable. But that's not who FromSoft is, and that's not what Night Rain is either. This is a project being handled by a B team, and its $40 price tag screams to me that its purpose is to tide us over while we wait for bigger and better things. You know, sort of like another game I can think of that might have been positioned to sell based on being part of an already established and successful IP, and might have released to buy time for the team to finish the project that became Bloodborne. But who even knows what that game could possibly be? Your guess is as good as mine. Now, is a game that is essentially a multiplayer Elden Ring mod worth the asking price of $40? That's an entirely different question, and one you'll have to answer for yourself based on how much the subject matter interests you. If you're planning to play on console, I'm sure it will require a PS Plus or Xbox Live subscription as well, so the cost of that also has to be factored in. But I'm not overly critical about the price, because if Night Rain doesn't seem like it will be your thing, it seems like a fine one to pass up on without missing out on much, in my opinion. After all, much of its content is made up of things you've likely seen before. When asked about the lore implications of reusing bosses originally designed for Dark Souls again in Night Rain, the director, Junya Ishizaki, said, "The primary reason for these pre-existing bosses in Night Rain is from a gameplay perspective," adding, "I thought it'd be kinda fun." If that doesn't tell you that this game is non-threatening, I don't know what else to say. In other words, Night Rain is meant to be a bit of fun with your friends, and that's all there is to it. It's not a replacement for a mainline FromSoft RPG, and if you'll forgive me for reading between the lines a bit here, I suspect Night Rain is actually funding FromSoft's next big project.
Yeah,
I hope
Dark
this game
Souls 3
buys them
remaster, let's
all
go.
the time and money they need to make that future title, whatever it is, exactly what it needs to be. And I also hope some of the experimental quality of life features we're seeing in Night Rain, like the sprint on L3 and the removal of fall damage, signify evolutions FromSoft is making in their
Dark Souls
design
3
philosophy
remaster, let's go.
that will elevate the Souls formula to an even higher tier
I'm
of
such a
organic
shitbag.
gameplay that will continue to revolutionize the industry, as so many of their games have done in the past. Whatever their next project
Sekiro is so
I can't
fucking
wait to
good.
see it. And in the meantime, yeah, I'll be playing Night Rain. I know
Dark
this was a
Souls
bit of a
3
different
remaster,
video for
let's
this
go.
channel, but I appreciate you watching this far. There were going to be a
I'll play
lot of
Night
people
Rain.
asking about glitches in Night Rain if I didn't address it in some way, so I hope this clarifies why a traditional glitch video for this game wouldn't really work, or at least not in the way I'd like to cover it. If you want to see more Night Rain content from me, you can see my full experience with the network test on my second channel, Phobia VODs. There's a lot more over there than just Night Rain, so be sure to check it out at least once if you haven't already. Links in the
I need
description
to stop
and
playing
pinned comment.
games. I have not found an
And
invasion in
speaking
like
of
2
glitch
days.
videos, I've had something of my own cooking for the last few months that I've been trying to get just right before I release it, and I'm excited to announce that it's almost ready. What is, without a doubt, the game that I've gotten the most requests to cover will finally be getting its dedicated glitch video this very month. And I have a feeling you might have heard
Lies
of
of
it before.
Pi?
See you there.
Called it. Second guess called it. Let's go. They're about to charge me, aren't they? It's a fun game. I know what you want from me. Why am I so goobered about you? What are you goobering about? Okay. I don't really know
In
them.
2017, a first-time
You have some
development
pretty
studio
wicked
created a
survivability.
Kickstarter campaign seeking $35,000 to create a modern side-scroller inspired by the Metroid, Zelda, and Mega Man franchises, to name
I
a
thought
few.
I had that role.
Not
We're
only
dead.
would Hollow Knight
And
meet its
kinda, like,
Kickstarter goal,
do
it would
anything
go
to
on
break
to
out
sell
of it,
over
like a
3
mimic?
million copies outside of that campaign and
Nope.
cement itself as a modern classic of the
I just wanted to know if I
Metroidvania
could break
genre.
out.
primarily as a result of Hollow Knight's extremely resourceful speedrunning community.
I didn't know I could break out on
game-breaking
mimics until
exploits have been discovered
recently.
since its launch,
So
with
it's
Team
kind of
Cherry
fucking
actively
interesting
patching
for
out
me.
as many as possible until Hollow Knight received its final patch in 2021,
I had to find out.
and development resources were shifted to working on Silksong full-time. That means the glitches that still exist on current patch aren't going anywhere, and as usual, there are a lot more still in the game today than you might expect. Born of God and Void, let's break Hollow Knight.
Hold on. We're here till I get
This
an item.
video is sponsored by the
Oops.
cross-platform.
I'm headed out. So thank you all for letting me be your silly goose ass streamer. Thank you for letting me play with how this enemy attacked me, because that was actually pretty fun. I like how they move. I don't like that I'm struggling with their charge attack, but I wanted to know if I could like just tank it or how I wanted to deal with that shit. Knife. I didn't have stamina. Oh shit. Bad time to do this. Let's go. That rocket. I don't know if they're resistant or like immune. Oof, panicked rolled. Eesh. Right. Hold on. I have to like alt tab a lot for stuff. It's difficult. I had to watch later. Oh, perfect. This is 3 months old, and I finally went against someone spamming this like the other day. And
Elden Ring's DLC will be 6 months old in 2 weeks, and I sincerely cannot believe how FromSoft didn't do anything to at least partially fix the Great Sword of Damnation.
Whoa, what the fuck?
The weapon is extremely broken, but I don't mean broken as in too powerful. I mean literally broken. Due to how the netcode of the game works, the grab attack of the Ash of War is extremely bugged and will connect in situations where normal attacks wouldn't. If the grab Ash of War connects with an enemy when they're not on iframes on your screen, they're fucked.
Oh no.
The game will send a flag to the other player that basically says, hey, you just got grabbed.
Yeah, I had to roll it
So
with
even
padding.
if they perfectly dodge the grab on their screen, the Ash of War will still connect, dealing massive damage. To top it off, the thing has insane hyper armor and can trade with almost anything, and can be boosted not only by the Shard of Alexander, but by the Dagger Talisman, which increases critical hits. Don't get us wrong though, you can still dodge it if you know how the netcode works. The problem is that most people don't know how it works. And since the problem with the weapon is not a hitbox or damage issue, because it works as intended on normal latency, it is highly likely that Miyazaki will never address it, and will leave it to be this laggy, crappy mess for the rest of the game's existence. So, with the Game of the Year awards coming up
Where are
soon,
they?
I thought it would be a good idea to showcase
Holy
Shadow
shit,
of the
I did
Erd
not see
Tree's
that
most
either.
fucked up child one last time. The stat distribution is at least 20 faith and 15 dex for the sword's requirements, and the rest will be pumped into strength. 60 vigor and high endurance are recommended, but you're a big boy, so you can do whatever you want. Be sure to
99
use
vigor,
the Shard
let's
of
go.
Alexander, the Dagger Talisman, and the two-handed sword talisman to maximize the weapon's damage
sounds about
output.
right.
So let's take a look.
Is she just gonna be killing me constantly?
Uh-oh. I can
no,
hear another
maybe
goober
not.
in the background. Ah, yes. The
I
fun
just
game
assumed that
experience.
it was if it weren't that old, I would be like, oh,
They
she's
both
gonna be killing
summon.
me constantly.
Alright, that's fine, that's fine. We can deal with summons.
Yeah, we're doing this.
I don't know we can deal with that though. Oh, he's coming. He's coming.
We'll do this. Changing my ashes.
Okay. Oh my god! I need to find some room for a movement.
It's easier to manage
shit.
because we get in and out quick.
No, 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 no. Alright, one summon down. They have the spirit of the goober. Insane. Oh wait, the spirit summon The spirit summon just used rot bread. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
pretty nifty.
Seems very helpful. What, you wanna come?
Good information.
Come with me. What about you?
It is such a gimpy skill.
I don't know what your name is. Oh yeah, keep mashing. Just keep mashing. That clearly is doing really good for you. Right, let's see. What's cooking in here? Oh, hello. Okay. Bomba. I can see you peeking, dude.
Damn, bro.
There we go. Much better. Alright then. Okay, that's a lot of magic. We just eat one of these. Oh! I can't believe that was a hit. And that's why you love this weapon. It's so messy. It's just you now. Okay.
I want that little bit extra stamina. Just for the spam.
Alright, well played. No one expects you to play well with the sword. They just expect you to spam the Acheeto, and the sword's actually pretty good by itself. Okay.
Valid.
Brave boy. No, no, no. No escaping. Only dying.
Precisely.
It's never not funny. Hola. Okay. Oh, when's the L2 coming? That's it. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Heal? Yeah. Oh, I didn't. No, no. Die. I love it when they do that. Oh, this is gonna be ass. They have a mage, a non-mage, and a guy. It's insane.
And some guy named Kevin. Fuck, I missed my roll. I don't know if I can, like, break out of it in time, but no.
What's with the... This guy is fucking cheating.
I guess I could try to strafe it out.
Okay, this is gonna be a one-shot.
Run back.
Delicious.
The telegraph's obvious now. Yeah, this sword is a fucking dingus. If it misses, you don't get spikes come out of you. If it hits, you get spikes come out of you.
Oh shit! One player. You don't usually find one player when invading in Seamless. Maybe his body died? Hola.
I invite people to come invade me. I like a good challenge.
Oh, that's gonna hurt him. Lamau.
I just want to fight people.
Ow.
That's it. That's like having fun.
I'm gonna apply pressure to this guy, and then I'm gonna turn it on the other one like this. Oops. Maybe not like that exactly. Some PvE help is always good. Oh, no, no, you're not gonna go away.
Nice hard swap.
This guy. Alright, back to square one, I
being
guess.
a helpful blue.
Oh, these mages.
Nice to see it.
Oh my god, finally, one of these is down.
It's
You're
good
not gonna fight.
non-physical damage prediction.
Pathetic.
Nobles.
Uganda. Bola. Oh. There he is. El alacrán te va a picar. Oh, god damn it. Hola. No, no, no. Okay, one down.
Early.
I love it.
Early. Brother.
This weapon is so damn fun. Hey, catch. I'm gonna get madness.
Brother. I'm not forgetting to sleep first. Oh shit, someone actually got madness.
Insane player.
Oh shit, their health is nothing. They have no health. They're planning to just spam Acheeto. Oh shit, that's what I mean when I say PvE type shit. You know what they're gonna do.
They're just too laggy.
You know it's just gonna be that.
Okay.
You already know what you're getting into.
Oh, finally.
It's never
this guy
fucking worth it.
to deal with.
It's always fucking
Now it's just
weird.
you. If
There's
you
no
let me
health.
do this, please. I wanna be able to impale you. Thank you. Oh.
Did I not the right time of day?
Pussy!
God damn it. What? What do you want?
Oh, it's Uganda again. Where are these two big boys?
Well based.
Hola. Bueno. What the hell?
Right? Are you out of...
I mean, no grab. No, no, no. No, 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 no. Hola. Is there anyone in here?
How did it not fucking proc?
I don't think
Are
so.
You fucking...
Oh, I almost leave. If only you had remained hidden. But you didn't. And now you pay the price.
Yeah, it's a
I get to
murder
dance
for
on your
trades.
grave. Oh, this is where you find a skibidi tree.
Fortnite pants. Skibbity.
Nah. He really likes doing the Asha Horde. This guy does like it too.
I can't believe I'm...
Oh, alright, he's still alive. Mash that.
I can't believe I wasn't
Mash
thinking.
that L2 button, boy. Insane. Oh, L2. Always a pleasure to see you mash L2. L2 out of Headstone. L2 in trade.
Please tell me these stocks.
He's so
Lame.
cute.
Today I learned.
Gotta
there's a
keep doing
weapon
more
buff, both of
L2s.
them.
Where are we going?
Okay.
Are we going somewhere nice? What a genius. These people never learn, do they? I guess not. Greg. Of course. Silly me. Oh, fancy spell you got there. I got one too.
Tried to go the other way.
Bye-bye, Greg.
That is gonna one-shot me every time.
They don't know about iframes.
Who the fuck knows what iframes are? That's
Whoa,
wild.
qué
bro.
rico. Well played. I like it
just
that they
carried and
didn't
you
go
broke
into the
brother's
boss room. That takes guts. I
Yeah,
appreciate
respect.
it.
Mm-hmm. Don't go into the boss room. Don't be a little bitch about it. Just don't suck.
Today's controversial
No,
oversized
stop it.
tampon needs no
We're sending the
introduction
gooner
as
home.
nearly everyone and
Nope, we sent the gooner home. People say they make gooner bait. I think they are the gooner. Like... What? I'm pretty sure they are the gooner. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're the fucking gooner. Hold on. This one. This one. This one, this one, this one, nope. It's not your Discord, it's something we're watching.
What up, my ninja?
Hey, Joe, how was work today?
Boy, I'll tell you, if only I could remember.
Well, you went to Hawaii several days after the wildfire. How did that go?
Oh, yeah, it was pretty hot.
Yeah, no shit. Did you comfort the poor burn victims and give them financial aid?
Yeah, totally. I gave them 700 big ones.
Joe, doesn't that seem off? 700 per person doesn't feel like it'll help much at all.
Ha! Listen to Obamacare over here. It's $700 per household.
Dude, you've sent like $5 billion extra dollars to Ukraine by accident. You're not gonna help the people of my home state?
What I didn't get is why all these people died from a wildfire when they live on an island surrounded by water. Like, just take a swim until there's no fire.
Oh my fucking God.
Sup, libtards?
Hey, Donnie, join any prison gangs yet?
No, the skinheads love me, but I'm not trying to do all that in an election year. I might need to go with the Hispanics.
Are you sure you'll have their support?
Are you kidding? They've already built a wall around my unit out of lunch trays and beds, and they paid for it.
Well, did you let them know you're only going to be in there for like 20 minutes?
And break all their hearts? No way. I'll tell them on the way out.
You just want to avoid a riot.
That would be a change.
Shut your mouth, Mr. Summer of Love. What are you guys talking about?
Joe's in Hawaii.
No, I'm actually home now.
Oprah probably wanted you off her new island.
Seriously, how long did you stay?
Like 6 hours. I'm pooped.
Sleepy. You didn't even spend a full workday there and you were falling asleep in your chair.
Yeah, what is so important that you took forever to get there and only spent the better part of an afternoon?
I was eating ice cream and watching old Animal Planet shows for the sweet nostalgia.
So while people burned alive, you were watching Steve Irwin?
Rest in peace to that legend.
I thought that was that one thing they did.
Of course, I watched a
I thought
ton
that
of
was
the
their
GOAT,
charge,
but
and
I
I just
also
narrowly
dipped
snapped
into
it.
Big Cat Diaries, The Most Extreme, and River Monsters.
All classics. Don't forget Pit Bulls and Parolees.
That shit was trash. It started that whole era where Animal Planet was doing shows that weren't even about animals. Like that fucking ghost show.
The Haunted was trash, and I agree they went too far with that type of content, but there was at least still dogs in Pit Bulls and Parolees.
What was your show of choice back then, Don?
OHKO.
I was super
Let's
into
go.
Animal Cops, Houston.
Shut your Sarah McLachlan head ass up.
Fuck off, it was like Cops, but they saved puppies. It was incredible.
You guys are forgetting the best show of them all, Lost Tapes.
I forgot about that
Lost
one.
Tapes was so good.
This found footage horror show was not too bad.
It was
It
kind
was
of mid,
marketed
but
to
wildly
children
entertaining
and
at the
old
same
people.
time.
I always love the
Which
topic
makes
of
sense why
cryptids
they
and
were all
mythical
watching
beasts.
it. And
Sounds
why I
like a
watched
tier
it.
list to me.
I'd be so down. Hold on,
I
I'll
was a
get some
kid.
ice cream.
They
I
were
say
all
we
old.
only do American cryptids.
Fine with me, let's do it.
Wait,
Okay, first of
no.
all, I'll explain the tiers. We have S tier, they're out there, which is for cryptids that have so much evidence that their existence is all but confirmed.
How would they be a cryptid if there's that much evidence?
You'll see. Second, we have A tier, or the could easily be real tier. For this one, we may have some evidence or an explanation for the creature or the legend. After that is B tier, real but extinct, which is as it sounds. The animal in question once existed but doesn't anymore.
Like Donnie is president?
You'll be extinct before you can serve another term.
C tier is possible, but not supported by much in the ways of proof. Then D tier, which is the unlikely tier. Creatures in
there's so
unlikely
little
have
stamina on
little
my
to no
ass.
proof, and more supporting their non-existence. Lastly, we have F tier, or
Fake news!
yes, fake news. I think you can guess who came up with that one.
This tier is pretty self-explanatory. Anything that sounds like
I
it
want
came from
stamina
CNN is
bacon.
probably in here.
All right, cool. What monster should we
This is
start
rough.
with?
Why don't we start with the quintessential cryptid?
Garden gnome?
It doesn't have
Joe,
to be
those
this
are
rough.
lawn decorations.
No chance, bro. I saw a few of them. They were hunting flamingos.
You got to take your pills more consistently. I was talking about Bigfoot.
Here we go. The
Yeah,
classic
just the-
useless debate.
Now hold on, Donnie. Let's give Sasquatch a chance. Sightings have been happening since native tribes owned these lands.
A chance? Sasquatch is 100% real. I've seen one myself.
Not this shit again.
Okay, where was it, Joe?
It was at your house.
Joe, if you're talking about my wife, I'm gonna be livid.
Nah, dude, it was like twice the height of you or your jacked
Let's say
wife.
death birds don't
When
do
was this?
Had
Let's
to be
say holy.
during Barack's
Let's
time
try
because I
holy.
wasn't allowed to talk to it.
Why am I not remembering this meeting with Bigfoot at my own house?
Maybe you're having problems with memory and or cognition. It's important to see the early warning signs, Brobama.
So you saw a big hairy ape in Barack's house?
Nah, it wasn't that hairy at all. It was actually bald on his head.
Was he black?
He was African American, you fucking bigot.
Wait, are you talking about Shaquille O'Neal right now?
I didn't know Sasquatches had names.
Joe, Shaq is not Bigfoot.
How do you know? Have you seen him unshaved?
This is irrelevant and racially insensitive. Do we believe in Bigfoot or not?
Bigfoot is as real as the cone of chocolate chip in my hand right now.
I haven't seen nearly enough evidence for me to say it's real. It's always people like Joe, seeing some dude walking around in the woods and freaking the fuck out.
There are definitely stories like that out there, but there has been some interesting, albeit inconclusive, evidence, like footprint casts and short videos. This evidence comes from all over the country and even the world.
There are so many fun names for the big guy like Sasquatch, Yowie, Yeti, and Skunk Ape, which is my new nickname for Donald, because he smells like ass.
Everybody always tells me how good I smell. Is there any piece of evidence you can point to for Bigfoot other than eyewitness idiots?
Yeah, well, there's this video that's pretty interesting.
Whoa, that's Shaquille O'Neal?
Okay, well that does look pretty good, but the fact that it's always these types of videos where it's really far away or really blurry and can't be confirmed, I guarantee that most, if not all, Bigfoot evidence is staged.
Nah, bro. The
I know what's coming.
Sasquatch is extremely elusive and intelligent. You're not
know
going
what's
to get any
coming.
evidence unless it wants you to get it.
That's such a weak
I can
argument.
feel it in my bones.
No animal, including humans, can avoid trail cameras, which are placed all over the United States by hunters. If it was out there, we would have got a picture by now.
What about this one?
Funny how it's always looking away in these pics. This is a great prank by a guy in a monkey suit, and nothing more.
What about the famous footage from Roger Patterson?
Come on, bro, that's another dude in a suit.
Well, that's not confirmed.
A dude that made authentic suits admitted on his deathbed that he sold a realistic Bigfoot suit to Patterson.
Okay, that doesn't help its case, but that dude could have been lying.
So you believe a guy that says he saw and filmed Bigfoot rather than a man on his deathbed saying he sold a monkey suit to that guy, which he did for a living?
Just because one piece of evidence is a hoax doesn't mean the legend isn't real. There are more sightings for Bigfoot than almost any other cryptid.
The sheer volume of eyewitness accounts and offhanded evidence from all over the world should count for something, no?
Nope. The truth is, Bigfoot is a myth, and there are a bunch of people that are either mistaken in what they experienced or, like Patterson, wanted to cash in on other people's stupidity. Think of all the shows like Finding Bigfoot, where a bunch of morons walked around the woods at night banging logs against trees and screaming just to come up empty every single time.
That is a solid point. The amount of resources
This hill
spent
is
to
worse
find
than
Bigfoot
trying
has
to
been
do the fucking
ridiculous. We
Godskin
would have
skip.
found hard evidence like
Which was fucking
bones or a
worthless.
body by now, if it was around.
It's fun to learn,
Joe,
but it
it's
doesn't
fucking fake news.
Not so
fucking
fast,
help
Donnie.
me.
Although Bigfoot may be
'Cause it's
altogether unlikely,
legit takes
there
longer
was
than
an animal
Godskin
that fits the
runs.
description.
And he helped Kobe get 3 rings.
It's
Talking
fucking
about
rough.
Gigantopithecus.
But it makes sense
It was the
now,
largest
but it's
ape
not
ever
like-
and could have stood 10 feet
It's not
tall.
my jam. I don't know.
The only
It's fun. The
problem
first
is
part's
that it went
easy. The second
extinct
part's hard as
around
fuck for me.
200,000 years ago.
Illegibly.
It was living alongside early humans and was probably hunted to extinction, along with habitat loss due to climate change.
Now that's fake news. We didn't even burn coal back then. No way there was climate change.
Dude, the climate changes in ways other than emissions.
Whatever, Al Gore.
So in conclusion, Bigfoot probably isn't real, but Gigantopithecus allows Bigfoot to enter B tier.
Seems like more of an A tier to me. There's so much evidence.
No chance, but by all means. Everyone keep yelling into the woods to try and find them.
Okay, up next is the Thunderbird. It's a mythological giant bird from native
That's all I
North
wanted
and
to
Central
collect.
American
Let me double
culture
check, but I'm pretty sure.
that apparently shoots lightning or at least causes storms.
There's a real life fucking Zapdos.
Does this also canonize Firebird and Blizzardbird?
Guys, this isn't a fucking Pokemon. They also are not always depicted as a bird that shoots or causes lightning. Mostly it's cited as just a really large bird.
I think I've seen this thing. He was huge and yellow.
If you're talking about Big
I'm just
Bird
trying
from
to zone
Sesame
myself to
Street,
where
then you
Blizzle
need to be
is.
quiet.
Where's she
Wait,
at
you
next?
saw him too?
This particular legend isn't seen too much, but it's not out of the question that New Age Thunderbird sightings
remember.
are just cases of mistaken identity. There are a few species
She's
of
here.
bird that get
I'm gonna
very
walk
large,
myself to
like
the
the
zone that I need to
condor
be at, then I'm
or the
gonna head out.
golden eagle.
Or
I've
let
seen
this
some
play
big
out.
ass vultures when I'm golfing too. I can see where some people would be mistaken.
I saw a
Oh,
crow
it's
in a
my
tree
friends
during a
again.
thunderstorm.
They'll give me
Is that
their
a
drops.
Thunderbird?
Only if
They
you
love me.
believe.
They're
I
so
do.
tedious.
Well, too bad. This thing's just a bunch of native mumbo jumbo that evolved
See,
into
that's
people
my
not
favorite
knowing
axe.
what kind of bird they're looking at.
You can take a look at my bird.
Although that may be true, at least there's a very likely explanation
get
for
out
the
my
Thunderbird.
axe so we can
you
match
saw
them.
a condor with a 10-foot wingspan,
be like
you might think you
twinsies.
saw a mythical bird too.
So where do we rank it?
I was thinking B tier as well because there's giant ancient birds like Argentavis that could have easily started the legend, but I think we can go A tier because it could just as easily be a known species that gets embellished into a monster.
Sweet, what's next?
Let's cover the classic,
Oh,
the
shit,
lake
me, bro.
monster.
Now we're talking.
What lake monster are you referring to, Donald? Like the Loch Ness monster?
No, I said we should stick to North America, but there have definitely been stories like Nessie right here in the U.S.
Well, if that's the case, then this will be an easy
It's
B
so
tier
funny.
since the Loch Ness monster is said to be based on the plesiosaurs.
That's true, but not every lake monster is based off of the Loch Ness monster. In
Double
Oklahoma,
axe,
there is said to
kind of
be a
bullshit.
freshwater octopus that pulls people under.
That's pretty hot.
It's not an anime, bro. This thing would just kill people and eat them.
What a damn shame.
It seems weird to clump all lake monsters together like this.
Why? All lake monster lives matter.
Why are you such a dickhead?
I think we can cover all of the octopuses and noodle necks in one shot.
There's also funny ones like the Beast of Busco, which was a legend of a giant snapping turtle back in the 1940s.
That's a vibe.
I think all are equally unlikely, but still possible.
Some are more believable than others, but it's important not to dismiss something just because it sounds improbable or lacks enough evidence. There are plenty of well-known species today that used to be cryptids themselves. For instance, Komodo dragons used to be a laughable story.
In gorillas.
When the first man returned to the Western world after exploring Komodo Island, he told tales of the giant man-eating lizards that lived there, and every scientist laughed at him. Hell, more recently, the giant squid was no more than a mythical sea monster until the mid-2000s.
Spit facts, Barack.
Sure, but I've always thought that, so I was right first. So where do we place the lake monsters of America?
Did I miss a drop?
I say we place them in the possible tier. They all have a Hail Mary chance to be true.
I guess that's right. It's not like we can even point to an extinct ancestor for the majority of these.
I kind of went
shit.
to their access. You know?
Lake monsters are goated.
C tier it is.
Lake monsters
okay, next
are
we have the
goated.
cousins of the lake monster, the sea serpent.
Oh my God, these are so annoying. Morons see a rope in the water and it's immediately a life-changing encounter.
I haven't seen any sea serpents.
We finally found something on the list that Joe hasn't seen.
I did see the world serpent, though.
You were watching me play God of War on an absurdly large amount of shrooms don't even front.
You're probably right this time.
I'm at D tier. There's not much interesting evidence.
I'm with you on the evidence, but this could be another case of mistaken identity. Basking sharks appear in all locations where sea serpents are spotted, and they get absolutely giant. There's also the oarfish that totally fits the description of a serpent. Both creatures are serpentine and live in deeper water, but occasionally come to the surface. If you didn't know what either of those creatures are, then you would probably think it was a sea serpent too.
So we can go A tier with them too?
That's a stretch.
I agree, Joe. Now let's move on to a recently hyped creature, the megalodon.
Solid movie, and the second one was even megalier.
Those films are garbage, and the megalodon isn't real anymore.
Shut up, Donald. Stop acting like you know what's in the ocean and what's not. There's definitely a huge shark down there somewhere, maybe in the Michelle Obama Trench.
Dude, you mean the Mariana Trench? What's so funny, Donald?
I told him that joke, and now he thinks it's the real name.
Donald, you fucking prick. What jokes are you saying about my wife?
Okay, since you asked nicely, here it is. What's the deepest, darkest, and fishiest place on our planet?
I'm gonna drone strike you someday and it'll be celebrated.
Bro, it's just an extremely good joke. Chillax. So, do you think there's a giant shark out there? Barack?
Do I think there's a large shark out there? Yeah. Do I think Megalodon exists somewhere on the planet? No way.
Hey, you're no fun either. How do you even know?
Because it's simple biology. A shark like that would prey heavily on mid-sized whales and large seals, and we simply don't see them in any habitat with food like that. Also, baby megalodon would be even easier to find. Because they would be in very shallow waters, just like small great whites do today.
Don't
we
be
would
a
have seen
shithead.
one
more
by now,
axe. Come
in
on.
all likelihood.
Fuck.
Well, isn't there many
Piece of
sharks
shit.
like a big great white that could easily be mistaken for a meg,
Shitheads.
therefore making it an A tier?
Fucking dicks.
Well, yeah. A 20-foot great white
gonna take
shark
the
or an
first
even
death?
bigger basking shark
So
would
I can,
certainly
just
look
go
like
back
a
at them?
megalodon from afar, but unlike the others in A tier, the megalodon is a specific species rather than a type of creature or a mysterious undocumented legend. Therefore, it should fall into B tier because we know for certain that it's extinct.
Why couldn't a meg live in the aforementioned trench where it could eat
Because
octopuses?
Meg's my friend.
Because it simply needs prevalence of a certain food in warmer waters, and everywhere that food could exist is heavily documented.
It's just crazy to me that you can be so certain when 95% of the ocean is undiscovered.
Bro, 99% of the ocean is absolutely fucking nothing. We've seen most of the cool parts.
My point is, Megalodon would need to live in that very shallow 5% that we have discovered. It's extinct.
This list has been a bummer so far. I'm living a lie.
How about the Kraken?
Cracking a cold one with the boys?
But what are we talking about? A giant squid is kind of a kraken.
A kraken is an octopusy, not a squidbilly. Dummy.
He's got you this time, Don.
Oh, sorry, I'm not a cephalopod, Stan.
Giant octopuses
They're
could
long.
be real.
We'll take them.
They do live at the deepest parts of the ocean, just like the giant squids. And that would make finding them extremely difficult. There's plenty of legends of giant kraken attacking boats. It's pretty improbable that they would reach the sizes in the legends, though.
I'm a little
The maximum size of the giant Pacific octopus is a more measured estimation.
I love cryptids.
About 20 feet long at
so
the
this
most.
Is
If
actually
you
just
add
like
10 feet to that, I would call it a kraken.
Apparently I'm farming
That could
now.
barely destroy a John boat.
It's pretty much the most likely cryptid on the list so far, but still just an A tier.
I agree. Okay, what about the last of the sea cryptids on this list, the siren?
Okay, this is a load of shit. Most of the hype surrounding these is from a few viral TikTok videos from this dude working on a boat in the dead of night and pretending to hear calls of the legendary siren to jump into the sea. It's a total fantasy, although very well done by the creator.
Are you sure though, dude? The video was mad creepy.
There's no way, bro.
really
Sea people
misgauging
only
my
exist in
distance.
the Avatar and Black Panther sequels.
What about all those explorers coming over here and said they saw beautiful mermaids in the water?
Mermaids are not sirens, and they saw manatees. It's been wildly debunked.
Women back then must have been so fucking ugly. If those guys looked at a manatee and said, "There's beautiful women in the water."
That's fucked up.
I'm putting them in fake news. Most likely a fantasy from drunk sailors. There's more than a few of those.
Good for me. What's next?
Let's get back to the OGs on land. How about the chupacabra?
This is my guy right here. Usually you're
Nope.
either a goat or a sucker, but this
bro.
guy's a goat
It's
sucker.
my fault. for
Not in the
wanting to
good
wear
way,
this
though.
armor.
This is a
But I
fun
love the
legend
badge
originating in
with this.
Puerto
It's so
Rico
pretty.
where it was reported that livestock were killed, mysteriously drained of their blood, and the legend spread up through Mexico and into the U.S.
I don't need to
They
whack
aren't
them.
sending their
It's just
best
kinda fun.
chupacabras either.
There is sparse evidence of this creature, and eyewitness accounts vary heavily on what it looks like. Some describe it as a mostly hairless dog, and others say it's an escaped mutant created in a laboratory.
I haven't heard many people saying they actually saw one of these. What are the sightings like?
You don't hear about them as much because they pour right through the border along with the rest of the illegals. I bet the rate of chupacabras entering this country illegally is at an all-time high.
The vast majority of the sightings end up being dogs or coyotes in the advanced stages of mange. All concrete evidence, including bodies of this alleged creature, seem to be connected with canines and mange.
So are they S tier out here?
Well, no. It's not like they're exactly as portrayed in the myth. They certainly wouldn't be vampires, but I can see how someone could embellish a creature such as a bald, mangy coyote, especially if it's desperate and looking for easy prey like livestock.
Right, but to be fair, there wouldn't be a big difference between the chupacabra and a coyote with mange
I thought he
coming
was
out.
going to say his wife.
Good point, but I still think it falls to C tier for not being a goat sucker.
I do think there's a chance that it could be an escaped experiment with all those abilities.
Agreed.
Okay, and how about a beast known by many names? The Beast of Bray Road, the Rougarou Legend, and the
That's
Wolfman.
not just the state.
We're seriously talking about werewolves?
I'm Team Jacob.
Like it or not,
just werewolves,
stories like this
it's
come
the
from across
fucking-
the country.
The
Even in the
hounds
South, they
that
have a
live at
Cajun
Crossroads,
werewolf.
those tales
sounds
also
fucking
come
delicious.
from not the
This
states.
is completely
so that's
bullshit.
like,
You'll find more evidence in the Salem witch trials.
I'll have to agree.
So they're kinda
it's not
fucking
like there's
out.
any evidence to go off of. Most of the legends have to do with curses and whatnot.
Fake news. See, Donnie, I did it too.
Great job, Joe. I only cringed a little.
Next is another human hybrid, the Mothman.
That thing's pretty spooky.
And total bullshit.
Yeah, this is surrounding a few sightings in the 60s around a particular bridge that fell down and killed almost 50 people.
I mean, it
Multiple
does attack
eyewitnesses saw the Mothman on the bridge before it went down, and of course, some believed the Mothman was the one who brought the bridge down.
So a man-sized moth with Gandalf powers seems legit.
It's sad that those people died on the bridge, but there's no evidence whatsoever besides stories that somehow match up.
There's also no explanation. It's looked at as more of a superstitious bad omen that visited before the tragedy.
Hocus pocus and fake news.
Those are great films. Hocus Pocus is goated.
No, it is not.
We're still in September, boys. We can do a Halloween movie tier list next month.
Thank you. Now put Mothman in fake news.
Yep. This next one is a ton of fun. Back in the 70s, a story of a humanoid frog surfaced in Ohio. What do we think of the Loveland frog?
Only in Ohio.
This is why all my homies hate Ohio.
I'm pretty sure I saw this thing too.
You saw Kermit the Frog as a heavy drug abuser.
That's correct.
All these human-animal hybrids are complete bullshit.
Ironic since you look like orangutan man.
You can't prove anything. What's the deal with the frogman? Was it just a French tourist?
Turns out that this legend was a very large pet iguana that lost its tail. It was shot dead by police.
Ooh, justice for Kermit.
And the mystery is solved already? Wow. Thrilling.
Ohio drains the fun out of fucking everything.
I'm tempted to make a tier lower than F called Ohio, but we'll just move on.
Skippity.
Next up, we have the Dover Demon in Dover, Massachusetts.
This episode of Lost Tapes is pretty spooky too.
The legend behind it is pretty unproven, with only 3 different eyewitness accounts to support its existence. Everything else is pure speculation.
This thing is poorly drawn and was probably just a sickly animal if it was real. F tier.
Wait, Donnie, it might be a funny-fingered alien that got lost in West Bumfuck, Massachusetts.
I guess, but I'm pressing X to doubt.
Good point, Joe. We can go D tier with it. Let's move on to something similar, once known as a creepypasta. We have the rake.
Oh, I remember the days of creepypastas before bed. This one was terrifying.
So you went through an EMO phase?
Probably.
Who didn't?
People are super stoked on this creature because of those stories. The eyewitness accounts are unreliable at best. The most compelling evidence we have is a bunch of random fake TikToks.
That's pretty much the gist of modern-day cryptozoology.
So there's no way a homicidal, malnourished, bone-white man with long nails could be crawling around out there.
Joe, that sounds an awful lot like you. Are you the fucking
Okay, let's take a death so we can spawn up.
I did get hit by a car
I can do
while I
this
was
later.
blacked out for an entire night on bath salts. I found myself
Let's grab
naked
Buddy.
in the woods the next day.
Was there any blood?
A shit ton. None of it was mine though, so we Gucci.
Okay, I'm putting the rake in C tier because it's entirely possible that Joe is the rake.
Very good. What's next?
We have an American dragon.
Was that the cartoon with the Asians?
That shit slapped.
I'm not talking
I
about the
didn't bring
cartoon,
extra
I'm talking about
sandwich in
Snallygaster.
mine.
That sounds like my new nickname for Donnie.
I've never heard of a fucking dragon in America.
Well, there are sightings all around the Appalachian Mountains.
What type of dragon are we talking
Appalachia,
about?
Appalachia.
Are we seriously gonna discuss different types of
Dragging
dragons?
these nuts across your chin?
Eyewitness accounts are super inconsistent.
What a surprise.
Some people say it looks like a bird. Some people say it has tentacles or a bunch of eyes.
You've piqued my interest.
And other people say it looks like a dragon from medieval times.
Is there absolutely anything to back this up?
Not even a little. Any first-hand accounts, Joe?
And I've seen some, but I'm waiting for the next season of House of the Dragon.
Fake news, alternative facts.
What about a similar creature known as the Jersey Devil?
This one is fun, but just as fake as the dragon.
I like his origin story, though. That the cursed 13th child turned goat demon escapes into the Pine Barrens of New Jersey. How is there not a horror movie about this yet?
There was a few. They were all fucking horrible.
What a shame. It seems that Lost Tapes had the best depiction once again.
One of the best episodes, to be sure.
As with the other superstitious curses and religious myths, this one seems like bullshit. Absolutely nothing can support this creature as evidence.
Another F tier. I'm starting to think that none of these things are real.
We got 5 more to go. Let's see. How about people that live underground, the mole people?
Oh yeah, I got briefed on these things. Nasty
Okay, I respawn
business.
up here now.
Yeah,
Now we're
mole
good.
people are totally real, but it's just a bunch of
I'm
bums
gonna do
living
this
in
on my
sewers.
Yeah, sure. There are regular people living underground, but this legend focuses more on people that have lived in caves or sewers
focus
for
on me.
generations to the
Don't
point where
focus
they
on
are
more on me.
cosmetically different than a regular person. They've adapted to the mole life.
South Park made a fucking episode about this. There are entire cities of people living under Las Vegas, and damn near half of them are mutated from the amount of raw sewage and mold down there.
Like the things in the Descent films.
Can you only remember terrible films?
That's kind of an extreme, but I'm willing to accept that there are definitely some hills have eyes motherfuckers down there.
I agree, mole people are S tier.
They're out there.
Awesome. Now on to
we're
another
almost out of
trendy
it.
demon curse, the Skinwalker.
From Native American legend to TikTok icon. The American dream.
I've seen all sorts of TikTok videos of skinwalkers. Some of those dogs ain't real.
Dogs make funny faces, dude. That doesn't mean they're cursed people.
Skinwalkers are an interesting Navajo legend, where apparently a vengeful shaman must sacrifice a loved one in order to curse themselves with enormous power.
Is Thanos a skinwalker?
I guess with the reality stone, he could be...
Well, he didn't really shapeshift or run super fucking fast, so it doesn't seem like Thanos was a skinwalker.
Well, it feels like there's too much evidence to say this one's fake. They got old stories and new TikToks to support them.
I don't think that any of that evidence is worth a damn.
Agreed. This folklore is more paranormal than possible.
There's so much fake news in this video, I feel like I'm watching MSNBC.
It's the speed powers more than the shape-shifting for me. I don't completely dismiss the supernatural,
I really miss Sekiro,
but it would completely change reality as we know it if they are real.
The Flash must be a skinwalker.
No, he's mentally unwell. There's a big difference. We should also mention another Native American horror, the Wendigo.
I saw this movie, Antlers, not too far back about the Wendigo, and it wasn't half bad. Apparently, this is a curse based on greed, where someone becomes a monster with an insatiable appetite.
If I'm the rake, then Donnie is definitely a fucking Wendigo.
I will say that this is more likely than the Skinwalker.
Still rather unlikely, but a skinny man in the woods who eats people isn't unthinkable. The legend says that it has more abilities than a common man. However, it apparently gets bigger with every meal, but no less hungry.
Just like Donnie.
Many depictions also show bones of different animals, but mainly the antlers of deer worn or attached to the monster's head.
The legends say all sorts of weird stuff about all of these creatures. If there was a man that lived in the woods, wore antlers, and ate people, that's pretty much a Wendigo.
I don't think we can put the Wendigo in the high tiers just because people have been cannibals. Hannibal Lecter was not a Wendigo.
I say we meet in the middle with possible tier.
I guess I can agree on that. What about reptilians?
I get asked about reptilians all the time.
Penis-eating
How could
cannibal
there
murderer.
possibly be reptiles that shapeshift into humans to control our society?
It's total bullshit. Not a shred of evidence. Totally fake.
Joe, you haven't really been against anything on this list, regardless of proof. You being so adamant that they're fake makes me think that they're actually real, and you know something.
There's no reptilians. You need to shut up right the fuck now.
Bro, you're kind of freaking me out right now.
Joe, are you asleep?
Yes.
No, you're fucking not. What is it with you and the lizards?
Johnny, it's not safe. Maybe we should talk when there aren't certain people around.
Joe, do you think I'm a lizard?
Nobody's talking to you. Why don't you go eat a bug somewhere?
Please put forward all evidence that Barack is a lizard person right now. He's on trial.
Seriously? What have I ever done that's remotely reptile?
Well, he suntans a lot, and I saw him eat chocolate ants.
A lot of people lay in the sun. That's why they go to the beach. Just because you're too white to go in the sun or try new things doesn't mean everyone else is reptilian.
How were the chocolate ants?
They were mid.
He isn't really sounding like a lizard, Joe.
Well, what about that new Marvel show, Secret Invasion?
What about it?
That dude Rhodey was a lizard the whole time.
So what? Black people could be lizards?
Your words, not mine.
Look, reptilians are either a fun folklore or the strings pulling us as a society. Which do you think is more accurate?
Maybe they're interdimensional
Both are
demons.
funny.
I remember Alex Jones saying some shit on that.
No, his thing was vampires.
Why are they not on the list?
Because the only vampires people talk about in America are emo kids.
Facts.
Oof.
There is a shot that the reptilians could be aliens.
Yeah, true. That makes them more likely than any of the F tiers are.
Maybe they can squeeze into D tier.
Fair enough. All right, guys, last one.
Is it Batman?
Batman is not real or a cryptid, Joe.
Batman is real, we just don't know who he is.
He's Bruce Wayne.
See, if he's not real, then how did you know his secret identity?
No, Joe, he's a fictional character. Batman has never been real. Even the place he lives, Gotham City, is not a real city.
So you're going to tell me that Gotham isn't real, but Ohio is?
Unfortunately.
The last cryptid we have is aliens.
Oh boy, the big one. I always thought it was all crazy people looking up at the sky, saying they saw a UFO. It wasn't until I got into office that I saw everything.
It's the first reality check you get after you're sworn in. Do you guys remember the first time you saw the VHS tape?
It still gives me nightmares.
Should we tell the people?
What's the point of hiding it anymore? I started leaking it to the public in 2020.
That first UFO mixtape was fire, but I'm the one who lifted the whole, if you talk about the aliens, we'll kill you rule. Now, the government people can talk to the public about it without fear.
Don't you think it was a little sus that we went from, I don't know what these could be, to we have alien bodies and ships?
I don't really think it was a good idea to tell them at all, but I guess there's no going back. Aliens have been around potentially for longer than humans have, but there was a major shift in activity ever since we dropped the nukes on Japan.
And ever since Biden took over, there's been record numbers of aliens.
They're not bad folks.
I couldn't tell you. They wouldn't talk to me for long.
Don't worry, Donnie. They refused to talk to me either. They just kept saying, take me to your leader.
Even the aliens know you aren't actually in charge.
I'm glad that they are the way they are. They are clearly much more advanced and could kill us all at any moment, but instead they have decided to study us and have only taken some precious metals from mines in the deep sea.
What about all the alien abductions?
They were just taking some samples.
Bro, they were totally out here pegging people for fun.
Okay, maybe there was some extracurricular activity, but it seems like they don't do it as much anymore.
They probably took enough samples to make their own humans, so they can do as much butt stuff as they want.
Sure, they haven't been perfect, but I'd honestly much rather deal with them than talk to the other world leaders.
The aliens have been everywhere too. Did you guys see Mexico has shown some of the bodies to the public?
Yeah, that was pretty funny. Usually only human aliens are from Mexico.
I gotta say, this is the fakest shit I've ever seen.
Yeah, those look like paper mache. The dude presenting them hasn't been the most honest person either.
They don't really look like ours.
Are you gonna drop another alien update on the American people soon?
Yeah, I think I'll have one more big release before my term is done. Do you think I should show them the ships first?
Definitely start with the ships. If you showed everyone the tape, I think our society would topple overnight.
That's an episode of Lost Tapes I don't think anyone would forget. So we're obviously putting aliens in S tier, right?
For sure. They're barely a cryptid anymore. More of a truth surrounded in secrecy. The top-end stuff is a bit too much for us, but in time we will all know the full truth.
Why do we even need to keep them a secret again?
Because why the hell would people listen to the government if they knew aliens were out here offering help and we denied them?
I nearly reversed that. Reagan was such a dumbass for telling them we could do it all on our own.
I know, right? I really wanted to get my hands on some space lasers.
I don't think we're responsible enough for the technology that aliens can offer. Furthermore, I have full confidence in the ability of the U.S. government.
Turn the teleprompter off, Joe.
But if I don't read the lines, I don't get another ice cream.
You've had like 5 today.
Come on, Barack, you really counting my cones?
He's not for the boys.
Well, that's all the cryptids I have. Nice list, boys.
Thank you all for watching. Be sure to watch out for my next alien mixtape. Shit's gonna be fire. And if you have any first-hand encounters with a cryptid or Batman or Shaquille O'Neal,
about the fucking mole
put
people
your story
instead.
in the comments and
Kept
make
it
these two
low-key.
bozos feel stupid.
Until next time, folks.
Bye, guys.
Bye, y'all. Thank you for letting me be your shitty little streamer. I got Godskin Apostle kinda low, and I wanna fucking... I am just on the Steam Deck dealing with the Apostle right now, I swear to fuck. I'm just gonna take this L. Let me just start running.
How we doing, fellow gobblers?
Maybe you
No.
and Barack gobble.
Okay, thank y'all. I'm just gonna keep walking away from them. Are they... Oh, they hit me with a spell. Shit, man. Anywho's, y'all take care. Thank you so much for letting me hang out. Please have a lovely one. I'm trying to not die to Godskin spells, so I think I just have line of sight. There we go. Y'all take care. Be well. Again, thank you for letting me have the outstanding company that I got to share in. Good fucking bye. Good fucking night. Take fucking care. Peace the fuck out. Enjoy your fucking nights. Let me put the timestamps in, because if I don't, I'm just terrible. I can't rate on YouTube. I don't have 1,000 followers. I have like 140. So can't do it. I suck too much. One day. But I currently suck too much for it. I'm working on it. I'm trying my best. But I kind of suck. Sorry. Oh, let me do the timestamps appropriately. I learned how I can do them better if I just use regular expressions. So let's do. Oh my gosh, I'll update them in a minute. Y'all take care, be well. I appreciate you. Good night. Sorry, I can't read yet. One day I'll get good. One day. Nah, it's whatever. I'll make more VODs one day. Like, I like editing. It's fun. I'll just suck less. I'll blow less. I have Soulsborne shit in the can that I want to edit, which was always a daunting thing of how to appropriately edit the Soulsborne shit, because that can be like long and drawn out. So, I don't know. I'll get on it. I'll do better. I'll do better. We'll earn it the hard way. We'll earn it the right way. We won't earn it through just getting rated. We'll earn it through bringing people in as we ought to, through mid-ass content and consistency. Y'all take care. Bye-bye. Be well.